Hey there, YouTube. It's co-working day. It's a Sunday, actually. It's 2 in the afternoon. This is a co-working video. Stop, pause the video, and read this so you don't get upset that it's not what you want. We're going to go back to the kubectl-login stuff. And we left this, when we left, what we were doing was, I realized that the entire algorithm for updating content for new login needed to be readjusted because it's confusing the name of the context with the name of the cluster. And since we moved over to the new context setup, that's something that we need to change. So I need to go through this very carefully and think about it in a new way. So again, this plugin, just in case you're wondering, is to log in, is so you can log into Kubernetes using owner resource password flow, which is deprecated and not even in 2.1 OAuth, but still used for LDAP-backed keycloak and stuff like that. So that's what we're doing. This particular application, there is an internal clusters package that contains the hard-coded client IDs and certs, embedded certs for a cluster. So you can log into it. So you can do klogin, and it will prompt you and it will log you in. This is actually, don't worry, that's not anything. It's just my internal token. But it will actually log you in. All right. So, and as you can see right now, it's the klogin tool has been adjusted to just dump the data from the very complicated combination of all kubeconfig files, which we spent quite a bit of time isolating so that we could use this. This is now the definitive load command in kubeconf. I strongly suggest you understand what it's doing if you are responsible for Kubernetes administration or tooling administration. This is the only way to properly load a kubeconfig set of files, which includes everything in kubeconfig path list and the default, which is home.kube./config. The internet is filled with broken kubeconfig, including kubelogin, a very popular kubelogin tool. It does it wrong. It does not parse the files properly. This is the only way to parse the files properly, and I know that now after several hours of definitive research figuring it out, because it's not documented pretty much at all. Stack Exchange answer about this is close, but it's mostly false. It's mostly wrong. And anyway, so make sure you get your head around that if you want to follow along with what I'm doing. But it is so important. It has been a week of figuring out. Yeah, it has been. And this sounds like this is annoying, but we now have it. In fact, this entire plugin, this entire package, the RWXRob/git or kubeconf, and the command that comes with it, is in just for that one thing. This is literally the only code. We had other code in here because we were marshalling and stuff. But now this entire package has become one function. And the reason for that is because this is the function most people are looking for, that they would spend, at least a week looking for to find. And now we have it locked down. It actually justifies an entire module, because I never, ever, 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 ever want to have to look that up again. I just want to be able to do import RWXRob/kubeconf and know that I can do kubeconf.load, and I'm going to get the API.config object that kubectl uses, that uses the default loading rules that kubectl uses itself. Whew. All right, so that, and that's all. That's, and by the way, what does that do? Kubeconf, right? Kubeconf dumps out the resolution of all of that stuff as JSON. So including a bunch of very useful information, and nothing is redacted or anything like it would be if you were to do kubeconfig view. So this is the actual data, and you can use kubeconf as a plugin to these are not, nobody needs to worry about. This is just, so that's the actual structure. All right, so and it turns out API.config also has is config empty and things like that to check for zero values essentially. So we are ready to go. We're ready to finish our new version of kubectl-login using the official information. The only way, by the way, to write to kubeconfig, to save or to change kubeconfig information is from the kubectl-conf command. If you do that to the file, you're going to get screwed. So don't do it. And definitely don't think that you can load up the YAML in some, binary and you can rewrite the YAML reliably. You cannot do that, and you will totally screw up somebody's kubeconfig if you do that. Because you will end up writing data to the wrong file, because it might actually be in another file and you're making an assumption about what file it came from. The only way to safely do that is to either use the kubectl program itself, which has got that hard-coded into it, or to grab this and actually look up the location of origin so that you're writing it to the right place where it came. Why does that matter? Because you might have a context that's defined in one file, and you might have a cluster or a cert authority or client credentials data that's in another file. They could be in 3 different files, even though they're represented as one context. So the only way to write to the right file, the only way, is to use kubectl or to actually parse the API.config as I showed you how to do, and then to go look at the location of origin and write to the right file. I guarantee you there is code out there right now that does not do this, that would blow away somebody's configuration file and incorrectly. Or it would unnecessarily add a new .kubeconfig file instead of reserving the kube. So this is the only way to do it. And I mean, it took me a lot of time to figure that out. So I hope people actually pay attention and use it. I doubt they will. A lot of them are still going to break things. All right, so let's go back to the actual algorithm. So the goal here when we log in is quite simple. We want to create a binary plugin. That's what this is. That is a template. This is a template, can be copied, to which other people can add their own information and make their own binary, right? So, and the reason for that, why go about all that? The reason for that is because we want to hard code information into the binary that is specific to my set of clusters, right? For my organization. And we don't want to have to force people to provide additional client ID information and config like kubectl-login does. We want it to all be there. We want them to just download the binary, put it in their path, and do klogin and have it do the right thing. So other people won't be able to use this specific package or binary. They're going to have to make a template copy of this plugin and put their own data in it. But that's the point, right? That's the point. So they can go in there and put their own data in it, and they know that it'll do proper OIDC discovery, which I didn't have in the original, and it'll do client secrets if they have them, and it will use the right CA, which is almost never in the host keyring for the system. So that's the goal. So what do we want them to do? When they type klogin, this is turning off, this is disabling all the timestamps on the flags, because we're going to do logging for our errors to make sure they go to standard out. So what is the syntax, right? Well, the syntax is going to be that they provide the, actually, let's go ahead and write this right now. Let's write a help function. Help. Let's say print help. So we'll just make a quick little print. We're not going to do flags and all that jazz because we don't really need it. I mean, I'm pausing because I'm actually thinking that I could probably use Cobra here so that I can give them tab completion. In my particular case, I don't think I want them to have tab completion, though. The reason I'm causing is because they should, I would like to add, I mean, I want to add bonsai, but nobody's going to let me do that. They're going to complain about if I add bonsai. Bonsai would be the way to add this. It would be a lot better. What I'm trying to decide is if they hit tab, is we want to show what clusters that they can actually log into, right? It does give you tab completion, but not for the individual actions, I don't think. I don't know. We'd have to think about that. I'm trying to decide if I need to pull all of Cobra in for this, or if I can just do it without Cobra. I don't like Cobra. I made bonsai to fight against Cobra, but I've been, in this particular case, I have to use Cobra because they're already using Cobra elsewhere. So, also I have the question about, do I want them to see the other clusters, right? I don't know if I actually want people to use tab to discover that there's other clusters they can log into, if that makes sense. But in general, as a general rule, I think it would probably be the way to go. I'm going to skip the help for now. Yeah, we have help stuff already here. You know what? Let's come back to that. I don't know if I'll do it today, but we got to get the algorithm down first. So what we want them to do is be able to do k space login or kubectl space login, and then an optional, the optional name of a cluster to log into. No, the optional name of a context, actually. Yeah. I'm trying to think about, no, it's actually a cluster. What I'm trying to decide is if I should let them, the truth is we need, okay, let me show you what I'm talking about. This is what screwed me up. Okay, so right now, there's this kind of like division, right? But you should be able to do something like this. I'm doing stuff by hand because I want to just get to it, right? 3, 4, 5. So this is what I realized yesterday we need to support. So how you doing? So you see this? Oopsie. Wait, what? Oh. Hey. So this is a situation that I want to support that I have never supported before that came up yesterday. It's very possible that, someone may want to create a context that uses the same cluster but has a different namespace. And in our case, the auth info and the cluster are always going to go together. Okay. Strictly speaking, you could have a different cluster pointing to a different issuer ID and everything, and you could have auth info that's totally different for that. Technically, you could do that. You could have, well, actually, no, you could definitely do that. Especially now that we're using token-based authentication, ID client. You could, if it's LDAP, if it's backed by LDAP and using the same OIDC issuer, you could have two different clusters in the same auth info. And they would have different names of context. So this is the workflow that was not supported before that I need to support properly. So when somebody does k-login, the question has always been, if they type dev, is it, that up to now has been the cluster, and it's been switching off the cluster. But the truth is, this really should not be doing that. Yeah, this should really be doing that should really be the name of the context to log into, not the cluster, right? And the default cluster and context that we have built into our system are clusters that have the same name as that have the same name. So by default, all of them will be the same. It's like if we're adding a new one, we just add them all the same, right? But if somebody has modified their context, which is a very valid thing to do, they might want to mess with it. So they want to still use the same cluster login information. So if I do dev default, right? If I do dev default, it should the program should go to the dev default context, right? And it should grab the cluster information and then use its authentication information, which might be the same thing. It might be a different thing, right? That's what should happen. So the biggest change to my program, and I'm realizing now my plugin was broken before, even though nobody would ever notice, at least at my work, is that this parameter, this argument, is the name of the cluster. The name of the context to do, and not the name of the cluster to log into. It just so happens that they're the same in most cases. And if you don't pass anything here, the login should be to the default context, not the default cluster. So that is super important. That is a real important distinction that I have not supported in the past. This is really great change. I don't know that it's something that they would have supported me spending work company time on, but I'm going to spend my own time on it because I want to do it right. So I'm going to fix that. So that means that if we have an argument, right, that argument is the context to be logged into. Now, the state of the kubeconfig files is all over, right? We can have no kubeconfig file at all. We could never have logged into anything before. We could have no context set. We could have a default context that's different from, that doesn't have the cluster that we want to log into. There's a number of things that we can do there. And all of that stuff needs to be needs to be done. So I gotta focus here. So obviously we need the kubeconfig file, right? And there's kind of like, there's multiple paths here, and I almost want to make a separate function for each one. I don't know if that's going to be the right thing, but what we really need to do is we say, if there is no kubeconfig file at all, this is really easy. Just go create a new context, and log in, right? Yeah. This makes me think that I need to put some of these, some of this kubectl code needs to be added to the kubeconf package. I think it does. Yeah, it really does. The kubeconf package needs to have a way to reliably change data. Yeah. I actually think that I need to encapsulate these commands so that they can just be called as a function. Because people are going to do it, and it's going to break everything. Yeah. Or do I just have them do the kubectl? I mean, the kubectl is already kind of an encapsulation of that, so we really don't need to do that. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence on this. So the reason I'm on the fence on this is because one of the things this package could do for people is it could give them the standard way to make changes, and I could encapsulate that command in a way that's dependable. I don't know though, because we probably don't want to put OIDC login in there and stuff. No, I'm gonna leave this. Okay, so yeah, but in order for the code to be readable, we need to start getting kind of human about the whole thing. We need to say, look, we say, okay, first argument is, yeah, we need to, well, do I want to jump in and just use Cobra now? God, I don't know if I don't want to do that. Because otherwise, I'd have to do all the flag parsing if I don't. No. All right. So if there's no argument, say no argument, no argument, no config at all. That's one case, right? We have argument, no config. We have argument has config. No argument, no config. You have an argument and you have no config. And then you have an argument has config. Has context. Argument has config, no context. That means it doesn't match, right? No context arg, no config. Context arg, no config. Context arg has config, has context. Argument, let's see, context arg has a config and it has no context that matches. And then we have, I mean, yeah, we have a bunch of other, I'm just trying to decide how to organize the logic here. So there's also a case where we have a context, but the context doesn't have, but the context has a cluster that isn't something we can log into because we don't know how. It's not something we manage, right? So what I'm trying to decide is if we should, how we should do this flow. If we should do, you know, the blue sky flow would be that we would just log them into the current existing context and they have a kubeconfig. Right? So see, it used to be that if they provided an argument, we could check against to see directly if that's the name of a cluster. But we can't do that anymore. Now we have to pull it up from the context, right? So we need to make that a clean flow. So let's start by setting up the defaults. So we're going to say, we're going to have the context. This is the name of the context, right? let's do CTX name. So the context name, hell, we could just call it current. Let's say call it current. So current, we already have that. So the current context is, so by default, the current context is going to be what? I mean, this is before we even called current context to see if we have a current context. So this is the default value, even if they don't, nothing pops up, right? So the current context we should assume is the default. So that's going to be, we'll say prod, okay? Default. So that's assuming that they have a prod context that matches the name prod of the cluster. So current does not mean, this is not necessarily the current cluster. This is, it's the current context. Her context. Her CTX, fine. All right, so we'll say it's prod. Okay, I think we got this. Then what? Then we need to see. Now we could either call. Well, we've already loaded the config, right? So, let's put this up here. I have to think about this. This is why I'm doing this before drinking and stuff. So current context equals prod. And then we load up this stuff, right? And we know that even if the API is empty, that the current context value will be defined. We know this from testing it. So we can actually do this. We can say, if cur equals blah and cur does not equal empty, then cur CTX equals cur. All right, so that's good. That means we have a current context, right? Now that at that point, the name of the context is golden, right? So what we don't have, though, is whether this context actually exists at all, right? The current context is only going to work if we have this. Then that means that we can assume we can assume that KConf text exists. We can assume that because it wouldn't set the current context. Actually, no, that's not true. That's not true because somebody could have screwed with the file and changed the current context to something that doesn't actually have a context name. You want me to show you? So like if I go, oh, whoops. Somebody could do this. They could say, I mean, it's really stupid, but you could do this. We have to account for this edge case though. Right, so... Wait, what? Someone could do this. They could say, because current context is actually a thing here, right? So we could say current context equals blah, right? K-config get context. And blah is set, so it doesn't blow up, right? You know? And we could do kconfig current context, and it gives us blah, even though that's not a context name. So, okay, I'm glad I tested that. So this is, so we do not want to make an assumption about that context existing just because current context is set. That is really good to figure out. Okay. We never want to assume that. never assume context current exists as a context. I'm just going to put it as a warning. All right, so we still have to look up, no matter what, no matter where we got the context name, I'm going to call this name CTX name. All right, so okay, so now we have to do some stuff. We have to say, we have to look it up. I'm going to reserve Kirk CTX as an identifier for the actual context structure. That's what we're going to do. Because that's what we really need. All right, so assuming the rest of this stuff exists, yeah? We can say her CTX. I feel like that identifier is readable. My identifier is a little longer than usual in this main because I want them to have some more meaning. But Kurt context equals kconf dot contexts CTX name. Oops. And then we can say has context. And if we don't have a context, this is going to be nil. Because contexts are by... Why are these not resolving anymore? I don't know what the hell is going on with that. Oh. All right, so if we don't have a context, then current CTX has CTX context name. All right, now we need to do some stuff with this. So now we can really start doing something. So if we have a context, that means it's already in the file someplace, so we're good to go. If it doesn't have a context, do we need to make one? You know? Actually, no, we have another check to do. All right, I think we're probably good to branch on that, though, actually. Because even if we have a context, we're still going to need to check that context to see if it's prod or not. And that's only going to happen if there's an existing context. We need to make a further check to make sure that its cluster info matches. And if the cluster info doesn't match the name, then then we have an error condition, right? Otherwise, if there is no context, we just make one, right? So I guess that's a branch. That's an if else. Usually we would not have to do an if else, but in this case we definitely have to. If it has a CTX, we actually have to pass. Normally that's not, you can avoid else and go usually, but so if we have a context, then we need to validate that cluster in context is supported. Otherwise, we need to create a new context from cluster.map. Right? The other thing that's even crazier is, hypothetically, you could have a context that doesn't have the auth info created yet. I know that's weird, but you could have that. So like you could have a context that's pointing to a cluster that's in the map, and then both of those could not have the auth info set. But that's actually not that big a deal, because if you do auth info, it will add it for that cluster, and that auth info would be added, implied. It's going to be blown away and changed anyway. So that's fine. Okay, that's not going to be as big a problem. Right. Okay. Okay. And is it current dash context? I don't remember. Yeah. All right, context data, current context is found. I mean, that's pretty obvious, but I'm writing it anyway. I don't care. Number 66 name exists just because current. Okay. Okay, one or more contexts may still have the same cluster information. Create a new cluster. Yeah. Okay, so then, okay, this is making more sense to me now. Okay, hopefully people reading this will be able to follow it. Validate the cluster in specific context supported. All right, so what? So we need to say if, wait, we need to say context. Context is actually a library, so I guess we'll have to do cur context. Oh wait, yeah. Validate the cluster. So okay, so CT cur CTX. So we're gonna do cluster. We're gonna do cluster. Cluster equals CTX cluster z. Wait, no. Current context dot cluster is the thing. Actually, I think it's a map. This is why I can't. I don't know why it's not letting me do that. It should be. I still have stuff. It's for some reason it's not seeing my packages for some reason. I don't know why. It's making me nuts. I can't remember if it has that, and I can't look it up because my lookups are not working. So I don't know what broke. I must have broke something the other day. So I'll just look over here. It's so painful to go through the docs for this. So yeah, this is a better way, believe it or not. There we go. Context, map string context. So what is a context? We're going to look at that. A context. I'm doing Shift K, by the way, to jump into all these things. And people tell me that I should be tab completing. I tell them they're crazy. Context is a tuple of references to a cluster. How do I communicate with a Kubernetes cluster? A user who identifies myself and a namespace. What subset of resource do I work with? Okay. So context, location of origin, case conversion gen false. Auth info is the name of the auth info. The context namespace string, expirations. I don't know, we don't have that. It's another reason to use the actual object. If you don't do that, you're going to miss stuff. Round tripping config is used for round tripping the config. Yeah, thank God for that. Cluster is the name of the cluster in this context. Okay, we have that. So cluster is the name. Okay, so that's what I was looking for. So this is current context dot cluster, which is a string. All right, so actually we don't even need to save it out. No, we can just reference it directly. Let's do that. It's better. Shift K is so good. Yeah, I agree. So we do this. We need to say, is this current context one of the ones that we have? So we can actually skip this. We can just say has. We're going to do a check. We're going to do a map lookup. Not has log dot fatal unsupported. Yep, there it is. I knew I had one somewhere here. Okay, so that's all. We need to. It said this was actually wrong before. It should have said cluster. Yep, and then we could say cur CTX cluster. That'll be easy for people to understand if they see it. All right, so let's not do cur CTS. Let's just do. Let's do current right, so actually we can infer that this is all related to the thing, so I'm going to change that to name. I'm going to change this to name. If name equals, this is name equals name. This is kind of a funny one. Yeah. Let's say if name wait current context is I want the code to be readable, so yeah. Okay. Load config exactly like kubectl. Override context name if current context is found. I mean, that's pretty obvious from the code, right? I'm going to leave the notes, the comments in there anyway. Never assume CTX. So, current has context equals context CTX name. Here's context name. If has CTX, validate that cluster is specific. You can always reuse has. I could probably just use that. Validate the cluster is specific context where one or more contexts have the same cluster information. If not has current cluster has log fatal cluster unsupported by this login plugin current cluster. I can put name here, right? That's actually just reusing the other name, so I can just do this, make this name. Name has current cluster. If not has, then cluster at this name is unsupported by login plugin. Okay, so create a new context. Yeah. So we can say, if we do this, wait. We need to open up this variable so I can use it. Yep. So we need to have, wait, current is just, this is just the name. Do we want current to be the actual, oh, I screwed up. This is just the name of it. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want it. That was kind of messed up. Name equals because that's not, current context is just a name. It's not a reference. Never assume context exists. Okay, so this is the actual current. Okay, so that gets the context. It looks it up from the hash or the hash map. Name is the current name, has the current cluster. Yeah. Okay. Else. All right. So we have that. Else we need to make a new one. So if we do this particular thing, then that means current's going to be undefined, right? So current is undefined, and that would mean we have to do current equals kconf dot context. We're going to make a new one. And I don't remember if context is a pointer or not. Context is a map string context pointer. It's a pointer. So when I do context name, current is actually a pointer. So that means it would be nil if has context is empty. So it would be nil. So we need to reassign it, but we need to assign it to a pointer to a context. We can do this the long-handed way, or we can do it the nice pretty way. kconf.cluster, and we can specifically assign values. This is actually shorter. I mean, it's cleaner. I don't know. What the hell? This will do it in one shot, and it'll be less overhead, so whatever. So we need a new cluster. And then we need to see what's in a cluster. So that's what we're doing here. Oh, no. We need a new context. There we go. So this is going to be hard because if we have never had a context, we have to set things like location of origin and shit. So, you know. If we got this far, then that means there is no entry. This is the hard part. All right. I was afraid of this. If we make a cluster, object, I'm sorry, a context object. If we make a context object, we have to go through the work of knowing how to populate, where to put it and stuff. Actually, honestly, the only way to do this right, this is fucked up. The only way to do this right is to use kubectl to create the context and then reload the entire config, because I have no idea where it wrote it. Damn. Oh, I'm so glad I went through this. I am so glad. Yeah, lad, and it's inspiring. Seriously, create a new context with applied name from cluster map. Must use kubectl to ensure proper config file will be used. We have no way of knowing what file to write a new context into. It's impossible for us to know this because that is encapsulated data within the kube. So we can read, the kube load thing uses default load permissions, but when it comes to writing, I would have to implement the entire algorithmic logic from kubectl with regard to what thing it's going to write it to for a given context. I'd have to say, oh, do I have a config file set? Oh, do I have a -dat kube config set? Oh, I don't know any of those things when this is called. That stuff has to be, so it's like rubber duck mode 27. Yeah, it is. it hurts my throat. My voice is hurt by doing this, but still, it's worth doing it. So anyway, let's do this. So I cannot believe this, but this is just as true. We create a new context. So yeah. In fact, this is the only case where we need to create a new context. It's the only case. So calling kubectl is totally fine. Okay, this is really good. This is really good because I was trying to I was getting a notion of this earlier. In fact, I wrapped. There we go. I wrapped set context. See that? I wrapped this earlier because I knew that there was some sort of condition involved, and now I've nailed it. I've nailed the condition. So the condition is this. And I was actually wrong before the way I had it. So this is good. Hopefully that'll save. Why isn't it saving? I got okay, there we go. So create a new context with implied name from cluster map must use kubectl to ensure proper config file will be used. So what we can do now, I mean, I know that I've already checked whether this thing exists as a map or not, right? Oh, damn. That's the other thing we have to check. Shit. We haven't even tested for the first argument yet. No. We haven't. We need somewhere in here we need to test for the first argument. God damn it. So the other thing that's annoying is that namespace doesn't necessarily mean that's the user you're logging in as. That's really, really, really annoying. So I think we can just check for the first argument right here and call it a day. I think we can. I think that's safe. Yeah. If the length of args is greater than 0, we'll set the name to be osargs1. And the rest is fine, right? We're going to go say, do I have a current context for this one? Name with current name. Okay, so the rest, okay, that's good. That's not as bad as I thought. Thank God. However, if we don't have a context, wait, we still have to look up. So if it has a context, we need to check the cluster. Okay, then check the cluster. Has name supported by login plugins. So then we have to say, wait, what? This is wrong. God damn it. All right, so never assume context exists because it's current. So we get the current context, and then we see if that current context is supported. We see if that current context has a cluster, right? And if it does have a cluster, well, it would be really, actually, this is a wrong error. It would have an error, but that's not it. The error would be context does not have a God damn it. There's a scenario, there's a use case where somebody would have a context set but not have the cluster set for that context. And they might want to log into that thing, and they might want to say, I want to log into this current context, and I want to populate that thing and set it. You know what I'm saying? God, that actually has to be supported. So that would be, this is way more complicated than it should be. I because of the different combinations. So if let's say somebody creates a context and they don't populate the cluster, and then they do a k-login to the current context, right? And they do a k-login to that context, or they do k-login prod or whatever, and it pulls up the context, and the context doesn't have a cluster set. But they just indicated that they want to use one of the supported clusters by name. So the cluster, there's one case where we want to look up the cluster name from the context that I demonstrated earlier. And there's another case where they want to use a context name that matches the existing supported clusters, and they want to populate it. In which case they want to go ahead and log into it. And then they would want to just set that context field for that particular cluster. And they would want to add that cluster. So if we're going to do this right, we have to support that. So this is really hard. So never assumes context exists just because it's current. All right. So if they have a context, validate the cluster in specific context. Validate that cluster in specific context. Let's see. Check that cluster in specific context is set. Context do not require a cluster by default. So, so check that the cluster exists. That's what this does, right? So it says name. We could say current cluster. If it has the cluster. Context is like say. So instead of having a fatal error here, we should say. Add if there's some interesting logic here that's not going to be everybody's preference, but we could say if the name of the cluster, we could say if cluster not set, but context name matches supported cluster name, then add cluster. Else fail as unsupported cluster. This is super hard. All right, so we need to say, we need to do another check actually. Current cluster name has current cluster. Cluster. That's a part of this login plugin. Name. I'm not doing this. I don't like big things like that. All right, so this is another one. So, God, we got tons of logic here. It's going to be correct though. Finally, if current cluster, we have to do another one. So we have to say if name has clusters.map. I'm going to look this up. Name. I know that's weird, huh? If so this says clusters map, then we are going to go ahead and add it. So but we only need to add it if it doesn't exist. The cluster might already exist. No, we want to update it no matter what. Yeah, because it's going to take over the other value. We actually need to delete it too, because it might have data in it that we don't want it to have. Yeah, this is where things get dangerous, because we're going to be overriding people's cluster config data. And if they've got another cluster in there from another provider that's not supported by this plugin, that'll screw up their day if the names are the same. So that's... I didn't make this complexity. The people who wrote the kubectl thing did. All right, so I mean, I think at this point we need to set. We're going to do a set dash cluster. We are. And in order to make sure that it's cleaned up, we have to remove the previous cluster and add a new one, which is unfortunate, but that's how you have to do it. It almost makes me want to make that into a function, and that makes me want to put it into the kubeconfig file. But to do that, then we'd have some kubectl stuff. The real question is, do I ever want to reuse the kubeconf package to write and take stuff out of the kubeconfig file and like safely? It makes sense for me to kind of encapsulate the adding and removing of clusters using kubectl in a transactional way, which is not supported currently. It's just a bunch of wild ass kubectl. What happens, for example, if so what I'm trying to get at is you can have a kubeconfig file that has cluster entry and that has extra preferences or data or something in there, right? And we already know this about the auth info stuff. So the auth info, the user section, can have a bunch of extra values in there. And the only clean way, actually, a peer of mine found this, is that when I added the token to it, it still kept all the old OIDC auth provider stuff in there. So the only way to remove that was to delete the OAuth entry, the auth info entry, the user's entry, and to recreate a new one so that it would throw out all the other key value pairs in the YAML file. That's two separate commands to kubectl that are not transactional. And I know people think I'm just being anal here and I'm like going overboard and everything, but you see what could happen here, right? So let's say something happens to the program while it's running. I mean, this is all supposed to be an interactive program in the first place, right? But let's say somebody actually wanted to code, if somebody wanted to actually code, you know, an application that did something to the kubeconfig files, like, oh, I don't know, kind, minikube, and a million other applications, they can't do it reliably. And they're all, frankly, I think they're doing it wrong. I really, really think that the kind program, the Ben Elder code he wrote, is wrong. It's wrong because it loads up the YAML file from kube/config and it uses only that. It looks for the first entry in kubeconfig and it uses that. That's wrong. That logic is fucking broken. That is not how kubectl operates. And if you do that, I know nobody's yelling about this yet because they haven't hit it because it's an extreme edge case, but it really isn't. And the more we start getting into this multi-cluster environment, the more people are going to start hitting these problems, and the more being able to reliably deal with multiple kubeconfig files as defined by the kubeconfig environment variable list, the path list, is going to be a thing. So this means that cleanly adding a user entry using the kubectl command is the way to go. But the only way to do that is to delete the other one, and there's not a switch to the kubectl conf set that is going to clean out the other entry. Now, I happen to know just from experience that the clusters entries, if you set a CA cert authority, a certificate authority, which then gets certificate authority -data, then it will unset the TLS verified automatically for you. That's magic that just happens inside of kubectl somewhere. But that same behavior does not happen in the context section, and it does not happen in the auth info section. The auth info section, it leaves shit around. It doesn't care. It doesn't reset it. So in order for you to reset it, you have to delete the entry first, carefully and transactionally. So why am I ranting like this? Because I am now realizing that everyone's doing it wrong, and the only way to actually do this safely is to add your own. If I do this right, this kubeconfig plugin or this kubeconfig package may actually be the only safe way to make changes to the kubeconfig file by invoking kubectl and wrapping multiple kubectl calls in a transaction that's managed by the same package. Because otherwise, anything could happen in between those two command executions, and it could totally leave your kubeconfig files fucked up. And then what? Then you'd have to go figure it out. Resorted to separate configs for each cluster. I think that that's the way most people are going. But when you do that, then you have to set kubeconfig each time, right? I personally think that that is the best practice. But is that what kubectl does? No. The documented behavior of kubectl is that you can have multiple kubeconfig files in a kubeconfig path, and that it will do the right thing to the right file. And it's an absolute disastrous design. It's got to be one of the shittiest designs I have ever seen. Not to mention these naming and everything. And I have been complaining about this for more than 2 weeks now. Doesn't matter. You just have to accept reality. That is how the world is. And the only way, in fact, I'm going to change my document to say this package contains the only safe way to deal with the kubeconfig file, because that's true. And there is shit out there, I guarantee you, that's wrong. I didn't fucking name that. Don't you put that on me. I didn't name that. If you haven't, welcome to the stream. If you haven't heard me yelling about this dumbass name this entire time, I have to take a break. Here's some music. Here, listen to the nice, happy French music on your beautiful Sunday. I'm going to have another espresso as if I need it. I'm going to have it anyway. I'm going to refrain from alcohol because my brain still has to work, and I have to get through this. And now I have to move all of these transactional changes so that I can do it properly. It is bone-chillingly angry. Go watch previous videos, yes. Goes over the 80 call limit. I know, isn't that crazy? Maybe somebody should rap line it. No, maybe somebody should. Welcome to the stream, my friends. We have somebody who just ran into the stream. Hey, look at that. How's that for documentation? This is the official thing. This is the official thing. There comes a time, my friends, where you have to accept what is and deal with it. And my team is like, why is it taking you 3 weeks to do a very basic kubectl update login plugin? They're like, why the hell is this taking so long? It's just a couple changes. We want to have it support TLS verified certs, which took 2 weeks to set up. And now it's like, oh, we just wanted to do the right thing to the right context file. They have no idea. And the only way that they're going to understand is if they watch all 16 hours of yelling ranty video that I made. Because they're not going to understand why it's so fucked up. I have to make comment after comment after comment after comment in there. And frankly, this is a justification when I come back from the break. I am going to take the time and I'm going to, instead of just having load, I'm going to have very high level transactional top level functions for dealing with the kubeconfig file properly. And then people who come across this will be like, oh, I never thought of that. Oh yeah, gosh, I guess that would be true. Yeah. Oh my God, I've been doing it wrong all the time. At least they'll be able to see why they're doing it wrong all the time. Like our team has been doing for 4 fucking years. All right. I have to take a break. Once again, I apologize for losing my shit, but it's because I have to do this. It's actually really, really bad on my health for me to work on Kubernetes code. Because I can't just let it go. I have to do it right. And it takes away from my time when I could be exercising or sleeping or not yelling. But the world will be a better place. The world will be a better place after I finish this. So, guess what, my friends? We have to add more code. We have to add more code. So, we're going to say, okay, create, no, issues. Add transactionally safe updates writes to kubeconfig via kubectl using the kubectl config commands is the only safe way to make any modification whatsoever to any Kubernetes configuration file, whether the default .kubeconfig or any of those in the environment path list variable, which is delimited with colon on Linux, on Unix like systems, and semicolon on Windows. Yes. What happened there? All right. In particular, updating information in the user's auth info sections will leave residual settings that must be cleaned out with an explicit kubeconfig, say kubectl config delete before any changes can be reliably applied. This requires locking some sort of transactional integrity to ensure that the delete and the update or creation of a new entry happens without interruption between the two command calls. So the hard part of this is that I'm now going to have to integrate my run library into this, and then I'm going to have to add some sort of transactional thing to run this command and this command at the same time. Somebody's going to say that they don't need that. That's fine. It's too, it sucks. It's just end user stuff. It's not that important. But I still think we need to have that. And I don't know what to do there, because we can't even touch a file. That's not transactional, because we have to deal with Unix file rights, and we don't have that, even though that library was written under the, and even though the Go library has that. I went through a whole thing one day, but talking about the official way to do file rights in Unix to do it safely, and Go has a library to do that, but they haven't exposed it, and the third-party person exposed it, and everybody uses that. But in this case, we don't need that, because all we really need to do is be sure that the two kubectl commands happen concurrently. Not concurrently, but one after the other sequentially, and that nobody else is doing anything in the middle of it. That's not really transactional. That doesn't, because it can't be rolled back. And there's no, it's transactional is the wrong word here. Some sort of assurance that the delete and the update or creation of the entry happens without interruption between the two command calls. I'm not going to do that. I'm just not. It's not going to be transactional. It's not transactional. It's going to be close, but it's not going to be a transactional. Do we have any changes there? No. Okay, so, wait, kitdef. What did I do? Oh, I added documentation. Or did I? I did. Somebody's telling me I needed to save this. Okay, so I know what I'm going to be doing for the next hour or two. We're going to be adding all those rights and stuff to the kubeconfig thing, and we're going to be adding some internal package dependencies. Yeah. The reason I'm hesitating is because I don't want to build a bunch of dependencies into my code here, right? And we have sort of a separation of concerns issue, because we've got the kubectl-login plugin, which is specifically designed to do OIDC login authentication with password prompts, stuff like that. And then we have this other library, and both of them are using the same utilities, the run utilities that I built a long time ago, that are also part of another package. And so I'm basically vendoring this, which means that I'm embedding it into both of them rather than creating a dependency, even though it's exactly the same code. And so then, my brain is like, well, you should be putting that all into its own standalone package, and stuff like that. And it's kind of like, it's a tough question to go with at that point. Do you want to do that, or do you want to do, what this has become is I've been copying and pasting around this particular package, this internal run package, rather than just build a dependency on it out there. And this brings me back to the, to the question about whether I should make this an external dependency or not. Maybe should I have it be its own package or not? And I'm considering making this its own package, so I can just include both, rather than having it be vendored, even though in my internal tools are going to have to be brought in internally, of course. So, yeah. I think that this needs to be its own package, actually. And I'll put an execute command as a string with logged errors. Always returns a string, even if empty. it's a pretty basic package. So it's like, why should it be its own package? Why don't you make it something else, you know? Anyway, I kind of wish they would have put something like this package in the standard library, because it's so commonly used. Why am I talking about this? Because the code that I have to write has to run two commands, one after the other, in a way that I want to. At that point, you're almost making your own interpreter, but you can't do and. You know, it's like if I were to do kubectl delete and then go add this other thing, right? You can't do that. So that needs to be coded. So this is actually something that continues to plague shell scripters when they're writing Go code, because, you know, if I wanted to say, like, you know, echo blah and, you know, something, right? Then you have this short circuit logic that if the first one is, you know, the other stuff at the after won't continue to happen. It's not transactional, it doesn't roll back the other thing, but you want to have, if the first one succeeds, then keep going, right? So that's a very standard shell idiom, you know, and if you want to do the same thing in Go, forget it. You can't. There's no way to pipeline them, you know. You can make, I mean, it's very complicated, but you can actually construct pipelines in Go, but you can't, there's no way to actually have this serialized, you know, logic, short circuit logic with multiple commands. So what I'm thinking of adding is a way to do that. I'm thinking of adding a function here that's called, you know, it would be one of these would be like out or run, or it would be like run all, or be like run.all. And that goes in this, because no, you can't do that. No, you can't. Not multiple commands at the same time. Yeah, you can't, because the and logic doesn't. You can't pass, because you can't pass the shell logic to it. Right? Now you would have to return an error from the command, right? So, and that's actually another part of this, is that, God, why isn't that documented? That should be, I don't understand why it's not finding some of these things. It should have definitely found them. Oh, wait. Where am I? I'm in the wrong place. So, no, you would never, you don't want to call out to shell to bin station. No, that's the point. The point is, I want to keep the exec calls. That's the point, right? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't exist in Go, because you still want to have the integrity of having exec calls. And if you don't know the difference between an exec call and shelling out to do the same thing, I can't explain it to you. But just run and check the results. You can do that, but the problem is that there is no result to check. So like if I were to do kubectl-conf, yeah. So if I do this, if I say, let's just dump this in here for right now. Let's save this. So if I, so like, see this thing, it gets returned? No, we're not doing a fork exec. No, God, no. 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 So when you call exec command, it runs the command, and it sets only the path and args in a return structure. If the path contains no path server, it does all the good stuff that you want. For example, commands like echo and hello. I should not include the command name itself. Windows, blah, blah, blah. So, and then it returns this exec.cmd. Now this thing is here. So what is an exec.cmd? A CMD is just, it has a path, it has the args that were used, it has the environment variable. So this is the stuff that comes back from the system. However, it does not have the return code. It has the stud in and all this stuff for the IO readers, which you can map up. That's what I do in this, actually. That's why I map all those. But proc attributes, that's interesting. I didn't know that was there. Underlying process once started. Process state, configuration of the exit process. Interesting. An exit process. If that process was started successfully, way to run will populate the process state when the command completes. Interesting. Let's look at this one. I think this one actually might have the run value. Yeah, PID success, whether it's successfully returned. Process state return stores information about a process as reported by wait. So did it successfully execute or not? So there's the exit code, of course. Returns the code to exit process minus once the process hasn't exited or was terminated by a signal. So 0 being no errors. And so we can actually check the exit codes. But the point I'm trying to make is that that's quite a bit of stuff that you have to go spelunking for to do that. And that becomes a lot of spaghetti code, boilerplate, just to do something that you do all the time in a short circuit pipeline on the shell. So what I'm justifying here is the it's not forking. It's not. It keeps it in the. It doesn't, unless you put it in its own Go routine. It doesn't do that. I mean, it has to fork it under the hood because. Well, it's the at the system level it's forking, but at the Go level it's not. That's my point. At the system level it's forking, but at the Go level it's not. So you're going to get a subprocess for sure, yeah. But and that will block, by the way. So the Go language. I mean, anything that calls a system exec under the hood, which is what this all does on Unix, is obviously gonna hand off the sub-child process, right? The difference is whether it blocks or not. So when you do exec command and you run it like this, this will tell you actually, it will wait. If the command starts but does not complete successfully, the error is of type exit error. Oh, that's interesting. So they're handing off the exit error. Okay, so that's good to know. And we're, oh my God, awesome. So the errors of type exit error. Okay, good. I think I have this then. So what I'm trying to get at is I can make a command that passes multiple arguments off using short circuit logic as an array, as a list. And then I could call it, I could say run.all, right? And then it would, it would run one, and then it would run the other one, and then it would do the other one. Spaghetti. Maybe you can get from return code. Yeah. Well, we don't need that. We actually just need the exit code of the command. That's all we need. Because if the exit code is anything besides 0, assuming that 0 means success in all operating systems, which I assume it does. Yeah. You see what I'm saying here? I mean, the default behavior of Unix is different than Windows. But I think pretty much 0 is a successful return state for every command in every operating system. So what I'm getting at is we actually have another library that we need that will run all the commands and short circuit if any one of them fails. Now we could actually, if we wanted to, we could actually just call the one and then call the next one and then call the next one, right? I mean, that's the code we could write. We could say write that one and then check to see what its return value is, and if it's not an exit code, then run the next one and then run the next one. And that would be the if statement, right? Just happens to mean none error. Yeah. I mean, that's been around forever. And that's because initially the integers that were returned all were associated with error codes. Nobody does it anymore, but you can still kind of see that on some code. So what I'm getting at is that in order to run, like, for example, a kubectl delete and then a kubectl-conf set, config set, those two separate commands, I want them to be considered kind of the same command. Yes. So those, I want to run those commands at the same time. And frankly, I would like to be able to do it in a way where if any one of them fails, that it stops, right? Now, I can write out all of that logic. That's not a problem, but I'm going to be rewriting that logic a lot. So I kind of want to write out the logic so that I can just make one command that's got all of the commands that have to be run. And that at that point, it kind of becomes nice to have it as a library. So I'm actually going to do that. I wasn't planning on writing a library today, but what else is new? GH clone, repo clone. Make sure I don't have one. RBX run. Should we call it run or run-go? I should probably just call it run. Everything else I just made name by its own name. I don't have a lot of... Yeah. I should probably call it run-go. Should I name it go dash or run or something dash go? People have such crazy ideas about this. Proper naming of Golang modules with dash go or dash or go dash. Let's see what people say. If I were going to name a package main.go package bleh. How should I name them? Being going to be mistaken after approach to one is the way to go. At first, I used to think that it was actually depending on how you name your packages. It doesn't have anything to do with it. You can name your packages blah and name it something dash go, and it'll still matter. It doesn't matter. The only time it comes into play is when you're doing an import. And then the import will actually put the proper name in if you're doing it right. Golang, однако, привет. Привет. So, how do you use Go modules? No, that's not it. These, proper naming of Golang, get repo modules. Are the commits for Go name mono repos? Getting in the repo Go modules, Go workspace. Replace directives. Don't use replace directives. Oh my god. Don't use replace directives. Don't do that. I don't know where they got this from. That is not a thing. That's like, you can't install code if it's got replace directives in it. It's been deprecated in like 1.18 or something. I might have that wrong, but I don't do it. People do that to vanity URLs and vanity package names and stuff. It's bad idea. Bad idea. Go modules, naming conventions. Same problem. Nobody has any answers for this. So you have like client-go. You know what? Let's go. Oh, actually, you know what? Hey, look, we might be able to do this. No, let's see here. GH repo search. No, I thought it might have had one. Nope. I don't want to be here all day. I'm always going to be here all day because it takes me forever to do stuff. Hey, look, private key. It's somebody's random private key. I'm sure it's not an actual private key. Okay, so FSRS does go dash. Setup -go, auth -go. I do -go for everything. I always have. I think that's enough for me to make a decision. Yeah, I don't think I need to do more. Just an iterator, go Ethereum, go dot. I don't put go dot usually. Viper. Such a horrible. It's such a bad project. I can't believe everybody uses this piece of shit, but they do, man. They really do. It's one of the. You know what? It's because it's first to market. He got his stuff out there like in 2013, and everybody uses it. Go-dash micro. Gorm. Go-dash gorm. I like the -go at the end. Yeah, because then if I want to do it in another language, I can do that in that language, right? Let's do that. Yeah. Handcrafted examples of Go. There you go. Go do that. 17.4 of m-go. Yeah, I like putting the name first. All right, I've got enough information to make that decision. So what am I doing? I'm making a runtime because I'm going to have to import the package into both things, and I don't want to, you know. So each repo create run-go. Sure. Go. License sure Apache. Yes, please. Yes, please. How about that? Now I have a repo. License. Okay, now we're going to make a package. Go mod. Wait. That's going to be our initial one, so we can go ahead and do that. Go mod. I wish you could set the branch safety stuff from the command line. That would be so much better. Oh, okay, here we go. Go. This is how you make a Go module. Just go. And that is the name of the module. The module and the package are two different things. You guys know that, right? Packages are in directories. You can have a module that can have multiple packages in it and binaries. So that's the thing. Go work init, go work, use dot get ignore. I have all this stuff in other places, but go work is ignored. It doesn't, you know what's weird is that it doesn't keep go.work.sum out, and it doesn't do go.work off, which I use. It's kind of short-sighted, whoever made this. Then what? I'll make a readme. Let's see. Shell script like command execution in Golang. So that's really all it is. All right. Copy dash. Is it capital R? I can't remember. Dash slash kubectl internal run star here. All right, so prompt is probably not going to be. Prompt is its own thing, so that can go away. Prompt and read, that can go away. That actually needs to be kind of in its own thing. Wait, where did my exec go? Oh. Yeah, we don't need that. We just need the exec stuff. We could say move exec to run.go. Or pkg.go. It's like whatever you want to add it as. Chicks says I don't need to do anything here. So this package is actually done. I'm gonna add it to Awesome Go when it gets published, and you really can't write test cases for this. So you can't because it's going to be doing exec stuff, and you can write an example of how to use it, but you can't really run. You can write a big old example that doesn't get run, but it gets parsed, and stuff. So, I mean, I'll add that later. But right now, I just need to be able to use it in a single place. And I want to do the short circuit one. So, just make sure everything's kosher here. We could make example code that like runs something from the command line, right? That's always there. It would only work if it would. God, I don't want to get stuck writing test code. I could write test code that conditionally only runs on Unix or something, but that wouldn't be very good, right? I could write test code _win, test code _Linux or whatever that runs on different target OSs and blah, blah, blah. And we probably need that eventually, but I know this stuff works, so. But I am going to need to have another thing. So run.all quiet, run dot run.exec runs a single one. Run dot what should we call it? All? We could call, I think if we did all, we could say all out. We could exec all. Out all. Exec all out all. I think we need to add the all. Run ls or something. I know, but that won't work on Windows, so the test case on Windows would fail. So that's why. What am I building? A lot of stuff. Right now I'm just building a kubectl-login plugin that uses OIDC password auth grant. And I'm factoring out some runtime, some run helper code because I need it for two different plugins right now in Go. Oh, it doesn't. No, it absolutely doesn't. Everybody always is surprised. I get this all the time. Like, you're telling me that doesn't exist? Surely that exists somewhere, and you're just wasting your time by writing a new one. If I had $1 for every time somebody said that, I'd probably have like $200. I am so tired. It's nothing against you, but I am tired of defending having to write shit that has never existed and explain to people who don't know that it never existed. It's super frustrating. Anyway, like, surely there's a parser that does that. Surely somebody's already done that better than this. Surely there is something you can just leverage. I'm like, nope. Yeah. No, you're not offending. Look, go if you have, since you're new, right? Go back and watch some of the other coworking streams where we actually go through the bullshit kubectl code, and I complain about blow a gasket every time because it's so bad. Not to mention 100% undocumented. And that this is the code that every single Kubernetes administrator or developer uses to run to access their cluster. And it's the shittiest code in all of the Kubernetes code base. Make a better document. I wish that there was a library for dealing with shell scripts nicely. I have run into a couple of these before, but they tend to be non-standard. They don't do things like look path. They always miss something really big. And so I'm tired of it. So I make my own. Don't get mad, get busy, right? So what I want right now is short circuit logic shell script evaluation, so I can send one thing and it'll just work. And I'm trying to decide what to name it. So I have these major things. I'm thinking, because I'm going to use this all the time, so I want to make a good name. I'm trying to debate about whether we should call it We should probably do this. Func. I think we should do exec all. We should do exec all or exec series. I think exec all is the way to go. Exec all simulates short circuit logic, popular in shell scripting by returning the first error encountered while attempting to run each command and each command line from the list in sequential order. All right, so that's what we're building. So we're going to need a for loop before. So what is this thing here? We're going to need in a sequential order by the first error. So yeah. Actually, that's good because we know that command.run will give us an exec error type. So whether the file is there or not. So this is actually going to work really well. Run start specify command. Return error as if nil. Zero status. Okay, so this will actually work. Ooh, runtime lock OS thread. What? Has locked the operating system thread. Holy shit, I didn't know you can do that. Operating system runtime lock OS thread and modified inheritable OS level process state. It's a new process will inherit caller thread state. Wow. That's the transactional stuff I was thinking about. I might be able to make it happen. Anyway, so yeah, so we're gonna do, we have the commands. Commands is a list of strings, of modified string. Oh God. No, it's gonna have to be a finite. It's gonna have to be a finite list of strings. Yeah. Commands is a list of string lists. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so exec all commands. So for command range, oops, commands and what? We're just gonna run it. Let's say result equals cmd run. Actually no. Result equals exec. Command. We have to expand those things out, otherwise it won't take it. If result is not nil, it's not equal nil. Okay, so if the result is not nil, then return result. Now, it doesn't say what command it failed on, right? should we return which command failed? Or can they get that from here? Yeah, they're going to want to know what command failed. So I can either return it as an int, which indicates the number of which command in the list failed, or I could actually return the failed command, but then they would have to look it up in the list to find out which command it was. And that they would let's just do the n. N comma result. So let's just subscripting by returning the first, returning the we're going to throw away the second thing usually, so I'm going to put it second. So an int. And scripting by returning the first error encounter while attempting to run each command line from the list, from the commands list in sequential order. The index of the failed command is returned as well. I suppose that's fine. They'll have to look it up from the map. They'd have to go. So let's say they put all their commands into a thing, and then they would say command X, right? Yeah. It's probably not going to be a good idea to have. You know what? I could make this a type. Oh God, that's the better way to do this. That'll ensure that it's nice and pretty. Yeah. That is way better. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do type commands. And we could just say this. We could say we could say like a command list or something. We could say commands. That's way better. If we do that, then they'll have to pass it, or they'll have to make an explicit thing and make a really fucking ugly signature. Nah, I don't need that. I don't need that. It's too much. Command args. Yeah, I mean, they're still going to have to look it up. So if they actually want to look it up, then they'll probably define it before ahead of time. Otherwise, they'll just throw it away. Okay, that makes sense. That's fine. That's plenty good. All right, so let's test that. And then we're going to need to make the same for all of these other things too. So we're going to have to add an out all. So let's actually write test code for this. I'm just going to write example code that only works on this system and then comment it out. It's something I really do all the time. Example exec all, rather than having to compile something. We could say error n equals run dot exec all, and we could say run exec all, and println error in entr bash dash c clear go test ls-1 missing return. Whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie daisy. Return. Huh. Otherwise, return nil, comma, and it would have to be the index of the last command, right? The index of the last command executed is returned as well. So that would be nil, and it would still be n. That's always going to be n. Result undefined result. Oh. Yep. None of our arguments are called to run exec all. Exec all. Oh, duh. So we want, right? I don't know if that's easier to write than commands. I kind of like this better. Run commands. Yeah. Yep. So, wait, am I missing something? Composite literal. Right, I need to have a thing here. I did I get that right? Line 13. What am I getting wrong here? I don't know what I'm doing. Run commands. We don't have one. All right, let's add one. I was on the right track there, so type cmds. Commands is a list of lists of strings. Where each string list contains a list of arguments to be passed to exec or equivalent. So go read that. There we go. And this is just, so we can just say commands I mean, do. It got a nil. It did it. Yep. It did it. Actually, there was nothing in here, so it didn't know what to run. So it got no error, but it didn't run anything. Which is a valid thing if there's no commands. It makes you wonder if we should log that, though, as a warning. Should we log that no commands were passed? No, I don't think we should. Note that an empty list of commands is a valid argument. Where the integer returned will be 0. All right, so what's the first command? We have to make, the first command is, I hope it doesn't make me do the other thing there. I think it might. ls nil ls blah exit status 2. Nice. That's exactly what I wanted. So let's say ls sum. All right, it actually ran it. And because we did exec, it tied the other stuff into it, so it's actually working. Nice. All right, and then what? Then we want another one. Yeah. So we want to do ls and like echo. It works. It works. Damn, that's cool. Okay, so that's my exec all list there. That code is all working. That's all I needed. I just needed something. Okay, so if that code works, then we can just duplicate that code for the other stuff. Actually, no, let's make something fail. Blah. That should return 2 and a 0 trying to do the first one. Exit status 2. So let's do dot. Let's make the second one fail. False. That should return 1. 0, exit status 1, and then a 1. Damn, this is cool. I'm going to use this all the time. So yeah. I mean, that does everything I need, so I'm going to get rid of this test for right now. I'll leave it here. And let's let's do the same for the others. Do we need... Yeah, we do. Let's go ahead and just leave it for now. Exec all mid fail. I could say, ls/temp. How about that? Oh, look at all that. Let's do ls -ld temp. There we go. I don't want the L there. I'm trying to get something that's reproducible. There we go. So temp we go. So we have a pass. YAF, Y-A-F. Write this here. Mid fail. Let's say first fail. SS1. What? Cannot access not me. Now that went to standard out. This is standard error though. So I can't parse it. So that's actually fine. Exit status 2-0. So that's good. My test failed. I mean, succeeded. YAF again for this guy. I'll put another one here. Oops. Y-A-F. Y-A-F. And let's do last fail. So ls dash d slash temp. I just have to make sure it's reliable so I can put it in the output. Slash temp. And it's going to have no exit status actually. No, it should be yeah, there we go. No and 0. Actually that's wrong. It should have been 0, 1, 2. It should have been 2, so that's an error. Actually, this didn't fail though. Never mind. So that's a successful scenario. We need to do that later. So last fail. We need to make the last fail. So let's make it echo pork. Whoa, that actually printed out. That, what? Oh, it's because I printed the error. That's why. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, that's interesting. So it threw the error. Oh wow. Okay. Oh no, that's interesting. Okay. That's like, hey, I couldn't find it. Yeah, that makes me wonder if I'm printing to the right thing here. I'm kind of worried. No, I'm returning the error. Okay, so I'm not logging at all. I'm choosing. I chose to log it. Okay, that's a different thing. Actually, let's do. We want to have a program that exists. So we want to say ls bork, and that's more about what we want. Yeah. So we want a temp, and then we want exit status 2. So that's what we want, because that says 0, 1, 2. So number 2 failed, or had a status of 2. Okay, so that's what we want. Let's actually use this for a successful situation though. YAF. Let's add a successful case here. Example all last. And we'll do this to be like fine. All right, so what? Slash temp true echo wow. That should have worked. Nil. What did I do wrong? Nil 0. Oh wait. Oh. Yes. Okay, so that's error is nil. Actually, that's going to print temp. It's going to put a nil error. And 0, 1, 2. That's what it should do. Uh-oh. It did 2.0. That's a fail. Yeah, that's actually bad code. So return ln and int. And why isn't it incrementing? I don't understand why it's not incrementing. Because this is private, that's why. Do do do. Yep, okay, that worked. Nil 2, got it. Oh wow, we want wow too. All right, I fixed it. All right, so that's good. All right, so exec is working. And now we just need to copy that over to the other ones that capture the output in different ways. And this run library will be done, this run package, and then I can use it from both of my plugins. I already have a prompt, but I'm having a hard time because I'm trying to decide whether I should vendor the plugin or I should have it depend on these other things. I know people don't like runtime dependencies. I mean, compilation dependencies. But I want to use this for other stuff, so. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna add it. I'm just, fuck it. I'm gonna just dive in and add it. Put this type here at the top. All right. Pass to exec. Should be used with the all functions where each string list contains a list of arguments to be passed to exec or equivalent. Exec checks this is the first argument. Yep. Exec calls simulate short circuit logic popular in shell scripting by returning the first error encountered while attempting to run each command line, blah. Yep. All right. Let me just get what I need here. Yeah. I'm wondering if I can use the testing action and ensure that that's always a Linux system so I can actually have the test cases work on a given environment. The test cases are supposed to be able to work on Windows too, so that's why I can't. It's kind of a problem. It also means I'm going to get a low coverage score because, I'm not going to be included unless I just do something super trivial with it. That's the problem when you write integration libraries and stuff with the OS. So you kind of bypass all the. For testing, it gets complicated. exec all. Out all. Out all. Combines output of all the CMDs pass. C exec. Out all. We want. Did I say commands before? Up here? Yeah. All the commands. And we return. Error and the number. The last one it was. Okay, so. I mean, we can literally copy and paste this other one. Yep. Actually, now let's do YIF, yank inner function. And then I come down here and paste. There we go. Same code. Int, run the commands. The only difference is we're running out instead. And out actually has a different thing. Out returns the string. Now, the problem here is that we won't know what error happened. Oh shit. I'm trying to think. Hey, I'm trying to think if there's a situation where we would want it to print out everything. There's no way for me to trap the error because it's not returned. That's the whole point of out. Out is designed to just be nice and clean for a single command. Yeah, this is not going to work. And I don't need it to. Out and quiet are quick and dirty things, right? For me to do this properly, I would actually have to do this entire thing. Yeah, wow. Okay, I'm glad I wrote this. We're going to need to capture all the output up to a certain point, and then if there's an error, we're going to return the error, but we need to return all the output from the output buffer up to that point without making it into a reader. And this gets really complicated really fast because the whole point of this is just to make it convenient so you have a nice string, right? But if your command has got like 2 gigabytes of output data, you're going to blow memory up if you do that. So, yeah. But this is, I mean, if you're using it for that kind of thing, you need to know better. So this is mostly just for like shell scripting equivalents. Yeah, I think what we need to do is we need to have an out all, but it should return the buffer. It should return the output buffer. It should log the errors. And it should return the final error code. And to do that, we can't just pass off the other one. We actually have to, we're going to have to grab the executable return statement here, error, rather than just passing it. Otherwise, I don't know what the last error was. So, unfortunately, that does mean I have to copy this. If I'm gonna do this right.
Hey, Rob.
Hello.
You want to reschedule to Monday?
Sure. All right. So, here we go. So we've got out all I don't even know if we want to log the error, actually. Returns the standard output of execute command as a string. Returns the collective standard output of the executed commands as a string. Or the first error encountered along with the index in commands of the command arguments that produced the error. I am going to use this all the time. So CMDS. So there's the string buffer error and n is an int. So the length of the argument is missing name of executable. We could almost do this recursively. We could probably directive C then C. I don't know. That's a good point. We should probably make a version of out that returns the error instead of the string. Frankly, this probably should have returned the error all along. I mean, if we're going to do this, we might as well make a lot of variations on it because I'm going to use them. So let's do this. Let's do out error. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a byte slice. Otherwise, I would return it as a string. It's actually one of the reasons I don't like about this. Is like, I want to use stuff as strings. If error doesn't equal nil, return error. Oh wait, wrong one. Wait. Return. We don't want to print that. We want to return as an error. Return FMT error. Oh God, I'm gonna have to do this like for each thing. No. You know what I can do? I can just call. C. C out error. Yeah, I'm just gonna call this one out error. Error. Like the largest part missing. So that we need to make that an error, right? So this returns a string and an error. So instead of logging, we need to return it. Yeah. I'm making lots of changes at the same time. Bad idea. If error equals nil. Exit path output return string out. Yep, an error. 93. Actually, let's gut this. Return empty string nil 0. I should just shut that error up for a bit. Args. FMT, is it error F? Yeah. This actually, because I'm adding this now, I can actually refactor it a little bit. And I can make this entire code a lot simpler. Yeah. I can leave the look path in this one. I don't know if I want to keep these names, but I'm going to use them for now. So I can do this instead. I could say blah, 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 buff, and say output, comma error equals out error args, and it's not equal nil, log it. So we can control the error, and then return out if there is any. No, either way we're returning out, yeah. So that's good. I just have to maintain that code in 2 places. Okay, so yeah. This is actually the one I'm going to use the most, because when I'm making like little tools and stuff, I just want to capture the standard output. So that's good. So exec is there. Exec is there. Commands are there. Exec already returns the error. The problem is that this is so heavy duty because it hands off standard out and in, all that. That's the way you should do that. I need to leave that one alone. Exec all does its thing. Out does its thing. Out error is kind of like, we have out was nice and clean. And we also have out quiet. So out quiet is even easier now. Oh God, I'm so glad I did this. Yeah. So, yeah. Returns the standard output of the execution command as a string without logging any errors. Always returns a string even if empty. All right, so that's cout. So we can do this. We can say, seriously, we can just completely ignore the error and return that. We don't need to even print the error. We're just ignoring the error completely. Returning out is a string. That is it. This other out quiet is like way overkill. None of that's needed. So now we have out error. We have out, which has nothing. It's just clean. That's the one that's going to get used the most. And out error, which gives you an error too. Out quiet. And out all, which grabs all of the commands and runs them one at a time. Right, and this is where we can actually recopy the code. So let's go. All right, this is good. We're gonna have to do this with. Oh no, we don't need to do it with exec all. Oh god, this is so good. I'm so glad I did this. This is going to be so useful. I can't wait. Exec all. Let's grab this. So yank inner function YIF. Paste. All right, so return out error for out string. So for n in the command of the range commands, really we don't have to do this anymore. We can do out error. Let's do that. This whole thing needs to change. Okay, so we need to append to the buffer. So actually, let's say I'm going to say like local out, so it'd be out. So it'd be out and error. We could say, we can call this some buff instead then. Let's call that buff. Return buff. And I'll call this one out. How you doing? VM's at home lab? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I've got home VMs here. These days I've been using KVM through Minikube for most things, but yeah, I run KVM libvirt and VerSH on there on my HPZ. So yeah, I do use VMs. Yeah, if you do !lab, you can click on my Excalibur and see my layout if you want. All right, so we need to call out error on this command set. So cmd ... All righty then, and then buff, add out to it, and what else? Depends on the question, but go for it. Buff plus equals out. Return buff nil 0. No, actually no. And this is if we have success. If we had an error, if error, we're always buffering that, so does not equal nil. We want to break. So we just break? Yeah, we can just break. We can still use this return value here. Yeah, actually, we should probably do that up above here, too. Because... yeah. Oh, never mind. In that case, I'd have to put it up here instead. Yeah. Not quite as clean. This one we have all the stuff that we need to pass is already declared, so we can just break and use the same return statement. Because why? Because this error is not equal nil. We can put error here. Oh wait, I can't. Oh fuck that. Oh well. I got ahead of myself. Alrighty. We're done. Yep. Yes. Did you type something there? Let me go read it in a second here. We'll take a break and I'll read it. All right, so our testing is all working. I'm almost sure that it's going to work, but we're going to go ahead and write some tests when we come back for the break. All right, so as people are asking questions, can I ask a question? Maybe you don't know this, but do you know a little about computers? Yes. Sounds like we're going to take a break, YouTube. I know you don't want to watch this, so I'm going to pause. All right, YouTube, we're back here from a break here. Had to get a little bit of food in me. We don't need that one. Yeah, we're in the middle of writing a new run module for Go. Good evening. Hey, Forcefield. Can you Bing hack malware even if you use another hard drive to download and change your whole system? No. But we're not talking about that right now. So if you're asking about writing malware, yeah, you're in the wrong place. You can do it, but we're not talking about that right now. Go talk to another streamer. So, I gotta focus on this Go code. Well, let's have this package done, and I'm gonna go ahead and deploy it to GitHub really quick. Actually, we just need to write the test code. Let me go back. We already killed that screen. Let's go write the test code really quick. I almost don't even need to test it, but I'm going to run it. And the problem is that the test is going to be disabled anyway because I can't have them because the test will fail. All right, run. Just go. All right, so go to the end of here. We got all these here. So I'm not going to do all of the other tests. I'm going to do. Oh God, I gotta have to write all this shit. I don't want to. Funcs in run.go. Oh God. Grep funct from run.go. There they are. So we got to write test case for all those. We have exec and exec all are covered. Out error is not covered. And neither is out. So let's do that. I used to have a template for this, but I don't have it anymore. Func example out error. Output it. And we'll have an out error with error. Something. So let's do this. Let's say out error equals run dot out error ls ls dash l sd slash temp output slash temp. All right, out decoder not used. Empty println out error. I got nothing, huh? Out comma error. Interesting. So let's do printf. Percent Q percent V. I want temp. Got temp thing. Oh, I had it right. I just didn't see it. So temp slash null. Yeah, right. Yeah. Temp null. Now, what I want to know is why did it do space null? Oh, because the comma. Yeah. I just realized that the output actually has an error in it. I'm glad I wrote the test. Because it's putting an extra space at the end of the output, which it shouldn't do. Actually, no, it should. Because when you do ls-d, that puts a line return at the end. That output comes from the ls command. All right, that's actually really important. So yeah, let's do this. Let's do printf. I'm going to actually quote both of those. This is the only way to get it accurately. And that'll be on the same line. Temp slash n and nil. That should just be a null. All right, there, that fails. All right, so output error. That's good. I'm glad we did that because that's really explicit. I'm going to leave that in. I don't care. I'm even if it can't be, those test cases don't run on other things. I don't care. I mean, this stuff's not going to work on PowerShell. If they try to test this on PowerShell, it's not going to work. So what are the other ones we need to do? We need to do out error. We did that. With error, we need to do it with an error now. YIF, yank inner function. Out error with the error. So let's say, nope, not here. Exit S2. Boom. Now it passes. Out error is in the can. Okay, so out is... I'm just going to use the same tests. I don't give a shit. So... So we'll change out error to out. Change this to out. Get rid of this. We just print out. Be done with it. And be done with it. Boom. We declared out with errors. Out. Print out. Yeah, this is actually going to log something. So the problem with that is we need to redirect the stat out if we're going to do that properly. I mean the stat error. I'm going to have to capture stat error in order to get it, but I don't care shit. So I'm not doing that. I don't care. It's just going to be blank. Interesting that did not log the error. Because there was no error. That is really weird. Got XSS too. So I guess it doesn't throw an error. Does it not throw an error? What the hell? Oh, wow. It's amazing when you find problems because you did your testing. Just an error. Errors are logged but not returned. See error, out error. They're actually not. That's the thing we just tested. So, hey, let me run it with a -v. Exit status 2. That's interesting. Oh, I know why. Because it threw out the standard error. Wow. I have to think about that for a second. I have to think about it. I have a bug. So the out error is throwing away the standard error. That's why I only get that exit status error message every time. So we need to think about that. Yeah, I was afraid of this. I think this is a combined output. Oh, wow, look at that. Okay, so the output runs the command and returns the standard output. any result, any returned error will usually be of type exit error. If c.std error was nil, output populates exit error.std error. Exit error.std error. Interesting. Okay, so I mean this one's wait. The other one's correct. This one is not. This is we don't need to output the error on this because the error is returned. So there's no logging happening. This other one though, okay, this is where the magic has to happen. So if there's these some more magic here. Check return code and log yeah. So I hate it when simple things get drawn out, but whatever. Just calling the standard code is not good enough because I have to go through all of this shit every time anyway. Returns the standard output of the execute command as a string, errors are logged but not returned. The only problem with this is that the errors aren't going to be output until the thing buffers and the whole program is finished. And that is not what a lot of people are going to want. They're going to want the strings to be, and for that they're going to want exec. Right? I need to put a thing there. Yep. All right, so if exit error wait, how can we cast that? How do I know? I have to do a case test, right? I forgot how to do. There's actually some Go error code for handling for this kind of thing, and you have to do like it is or something. I can't remember how to do it. I can't remember how to do it. There's an error thing in Go now. So yeah. Yeah, something that defines itself as an error. An error is anything that has an error method on it. It's the only thing it is. It returns a string. I'm trying to figure out how to do the check on it. I think it's errors.is. And I need to see example of exit. I forgot. They have like updated error handling several times and I can't remember. There it is. This is checking to see if the error is actually an exit error. This is really old though. I think you can use is now. Yeah. Am I autistic? No, I am not. I have 2 autistic kids though. I probably am a little bit. It's not cast. No, it's not cast. Whether any error in errors tree matches the target. So that's not the same thing. That's the one that propagates, right? Yeah, I'm not. If you load the error, the reason I think we need to use is instead of this is an outdated way to check for error types. Because it could be that direct version is not that type of error, but it could be that the error is up higher in the chain. This is the new error handling in Go, and this particular answer is as outdated. Because you would never check to see that is explicitly that specific type. You want to know if there was an exit error anywhere in the chain. Any errors tree that matches target, if one is found, sets target to that error value. Yeah. I honestly, I don't know what to do. Yeah. If error path has error path, if errors as error path error. Yeah. That's actually what we want. That's exactly what we want. Yeah. That's exactly it. This is, don't do this. This error is incorrect. If you try to do that, it won't grab the error because it won't propagate it. And that's not the answer is on Stack Exchange because that's the new way to do errors. So the Stack Exchange is wrong again. Hey, what do you know? So what we need to do is check to see if it's an exit error. So we need to do the new as syntax. Thank you for looking that up. I am motive. So we need to do this. We need to say if error is not equal nil, then we can do down here. We could say we're always going to print the error, but if the error is a return type value, then we can do this. We can say if error dot as errors as if errors dot as error error is of type yeah, I'm looking at it, but I don't think that's right actually because we have to put the type, right? I actually think it might be is. We need to have the type. I don't, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to do a type check. I said don't do a type check. I'm going to do it anyway. Because that works. For this, it works because it's always a directly first error returned. Yeah. We don't need to propagate actually, because it's always going to be the most immediate error return. So error strings. Yeah, me too. But the error tree stuff is the thing. I still hate it. I don't use it. That's why I'm giving up. I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to detect the error. Error is exit, and we need to cast it. This is a type check in Go. It's very unique to Go, in case you guys are wondering. What did we decide it was going to be? Is it exit error? I don't remember if it's command exit error or what. I don't know what it goes with. I don't recall. There we go. exec.exit error. Yep. Okay, so if is exit, then we're going to print out, we're going to log.print the error dot, what did it say? Stud error bytes. Yeah. Yep. Holds a subset standard output. What? May contain only a prefix and the suffix of the output. Damn. Did not know that. That's interesting. We want that as a string. So that's really all I had to change. We just, because we've been losing the output, we haven't been getting it. So let me show you what I mean by that. So if I do my test, hey, what do you know? My unit test found an error that I thought I didn't have. So here we go. This is it right here, right? So that should not be doing output with error. That should be logging. And I think I can get it to log. I think the reason you can't see the log right now is because it's being written as standard error, and I need to redirect standard error in order for me to do the test, which is such a pain in the ass to write and test. But yeah. Yeah. If I change this to do -v, you'll see the output. See? It gives all the oopsie. So there we go. See, there's the output. No. But I want to be able to deal with any error type. That's what I'm doing. So user bin ls cannot blah 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 this file directory. Exit has to. So before we weren't getting that actually. So yeah. I mean, if I was going to really do this test properly, which I really don't want to do, I would have to redirect standard out and error on this, capture them all and compare the outputs, and disable date and time stamping in the log outputs so that I have something I can reliably test, assuming the test is running on Linux. So it makes it really hard to want to do all that jazz, right? I mean, this is a start. This is a start. Okay. I mean, that's it. That is it. All right. Last two tests. We got out is done. Out quiet is. I mean, these other out all is the one that we really want to test. I think we already did that. We did exec all. We didn't do out all. All right. So that's the one we actually need in our code. So yeah. And out quiet's really obvious. The only difference between out and out quiet is actually these. We can do these two. Yeah, 2YAF. Oh, whoops, missed one. All right. Out, quiet, output, yeah. Okay, so that's that. And then out all. So let's do an exec all test really quick and do the out all. Okay, example exec all, out all. All right, so out all is going to return a buff, the error, and an N. Buff declared but not used. Buff. So what do we got? We got blank. I mean, that should have only printed wow, right? Got /temp. Wow. I mean, let's do this. We want to quote this guy. Yep. Pass. Nice. Okay, that one's done. I mean, that's really all I need. I don't need to do the errors on that one. I should make sure I got all combined. I do like one error. I mean, that's fine. That's enough to get the test. So we're done. We're done with that. Probably time. I mean, I've already been taking lots of breaks today, but it's Sunday. So there, I want to get up and walk around now. That's about 10-20 minutes. I don't know how long these poems are. I can't really do a 20-minute poem because I usually have to do more than 20 minutes worth of work before I lose my mind to concentration. But we are actually at a good stopping point now. Not totally stopping point, but time to take a break. All right, so let's just make sure everything is work testing. One more time. Go test cannot access. These are predictable. We want these things. So our tests are passing. And we probably need to commit this. So when we come back, I'm going to actually start using this library to finish the other two things I have. And we're going to be doing concurrent development on 3 package libraries at the same time. And we'll talk about how to manage that with Go Work. So you can, rather than doing multiple PRs for something on separate modules. So I'll be back in a sec. Here's some music. We're going to try a 20-minute poem this time. which I think is the standard. They do this as the standard. I think it's like way too late, not enough time. This pummel, what are we going to do? Lots of interesting comments from the chat about what can be done in 20 minutes. I'm going to go. So this is done. So we need to copy it. So I'm actually going to cheat, and I'm going to copy another series of workflows that I already created. .github to here. Yeah, .github. I don't think I need to change anything here, and I definitely don't need to do. I mean, I guess releases. I guess we could release a tarball. I really wonder what Go does when it tries to release a command, because there's really nothing to build here. In tarball. There you go. So yeah, I honestly, I do not know what this is going to do. So I kind of am curious, honestly. It's just doing this out of curiosity. I did my first CI/CD with Go just a couple days ago, so I'm still new to it. So this actually triggers on versions, and there's a releaser that runs. It gives you your GitHub token. It's really cool, actually. So I think that's probably good. And after this, I can lock down the main branch to some other things you have to be done from the graphic GUI. So let's do that. So git add -a git commit add initial files. That's like the first commit. Oh yeah, we don't need a shell for the shed. I mean, I can put coverage and all that other stuff. Yeah, there's code coverage. 87% coverage. Damn, that's not bad for try. Some of the stuff you can't test. Those error conditions I could definitely test. I'm not doing that though. Try that. Try Go coverage from the command line. You can't. It's a web browser, the pop-up web browser. I actually am trapping it as the links and I'm re-rendering it as HTML, passing it off to a links browser. So if you want coverage with color in your terminal, this is the only way to do it. So that tells me exactly what's covered, what isn't. If I wanted to get 100% coverage, which I don't, so I don't care as long as it's relatively good. That coverage won't pan out when it tries to run from the sandbox anyway, because I don't know what type of OS the sandbox is. So, but I don't give a shit. I mean, this is designed for me to test, not for. A lot of times I'll comment out tests because I don't want them to fail for other people. But in this case, I don't know. I don't care. I guess. Do I want to put my Go tags in here? I mean, probably. Maybe we want those. That's the string. Oh, not tags. Go badges. That's it. Badges. There we go. Badge status. Blah. Run Go. Pretty cool, huh? Did you see how that's a Vim install? I did a magic wand command and it went in and inferred the name of the file even, which is pretty damn cool. I don't know if it's correct though, because it is Run Go, so we'll try it. We'll try it. We'll go ahead and save that. Yeah, I don't even know if the coverage is going to work, so commit wait. All right, now what I want to know is it going to push is it going to start to do is it going to trigger? I think it might. Right now, should go. So where's actions? Oh, look. It's doing it. It's doing it. Just seeing if it's going to build. Hey, look, it built it. Fine. That was nice. Okay, so let's make a release. Actually, there's a job running. Wait, is it still running? Looks like it finished. Complete job. What's going on? Why are you done or no? Oh, it is done. Okay. So, let's tag it. I don't know what it's going to do when we tag it, but we're going to tag it. Yeah. So, no. Yeah. Git tag v 0.1.0 git push -- tags, which does not trigger a push. We found out yesterday. That triggers a tag event, but not a build event. I mean, I guess it did. Look at that. I didn't. I guess I was wrong. So this is what we wanted though. This is making a release. I don't know what the release is going to do to a package. I think Go Releaser might like, because there's no artifacts. You know what I mean? So this is largely an experiment. Yeah, I had a feeling. So it could not do no main. Yeah. So it could not build. I did a go dist, and it was trying to build it. Like, hey, there's nothing to build here, dude. What the hell? So I guess we don't need a releaser for this because there's no release. Unless I was to make a binary that goes with it, you know. Here, build for run go does not contain a main. One last thing though. Workflows release. Check out the code. At least I get a Yeah, it has a built-in build apparently. So yeah, because that thing this was released. I get it. This did not have a build in it, and it still failed. See, it's still trying to do it. So you don't want to release unless you've got. I'd have to put something in here that said like only do. You know, like don't. We really don't need a release because it's just a package actually. Yeah, I'm just gonna drop the release. I'm glad I put it in 2 files. Because the other one will be nice, good to test it, right? Yeah, commit. Remove. Release. Now I'm going to lock this thing down so that I can manage it properly. Yeah, this will work. This build should work. I mean, if we wanted to, we could lint it and everything, but I think we're good. Succeeded. It's already done. All right, so that's good. That's all I wanted. All right. I mean, we could go look at it really quick. I want to see if those badges work. I think one of them's going to be broken. I do. I think it's going to be broken. Coverage. Come on, coverage. What? They took out coverage. Go cover doesn't exist anymore? What? Go cover is gone. Wow. So much for that. Run.go. No. Damn it, Rob. Oh my god. There we go. A plus. I got an A plus on my Go. Wow, I feel so special. I want to be done with this. I want to do something fun. All right, so the run library is finished. Now we can actually use it from other things. So let's call this run-go so we know where we are. Util library. Yeah, we're still going to have to break that out. We don't need this anymore. I don't need that anymore. This we do need though. Wait, no, this is kubectl-login. We have to come back to this because we're going to factor out all of those kubectl commands and put those into the kubeconfig, kubeconf, which is also going to be doing runtime calls, which I didn't want it to do before, but now it's going to. So that's why we did all of that. That's a lot of work, but that's why we did all that. A lot of busy work, really. It wasn't even hard at all. But see, rather than adding a util directory, I'm not doing this. See, that's a slippery slope, man. All right, so let's put. I'm trying to decide what to factor out first. So, I mean, I assume this is complete. Well, we just done our testing. It's all fine. We got past. Okay. We need to get into kubeconf. Here we go. All right. So here we go. Yeah, before, see, I was using internal and stuff. Yeah, no. We want to do kubeconf. All right. So this, we're going to make some stuff. Drop config encapsulation. Yeah, I did that already. Wait, do I have branches on this yet? Please no. Please tell me no. God damn it. All right, so there's got to be a PR. Yeah. I need to make the branch first. Move temp. I made some changes already, so I'm just gonna get around them fast. Temp. Get status. Deleted. Oh. Get restore. Restore switch is the new checkout. All right, so now we have a fresh thing. So let's branch, and get switch -c is the new checkout -b. RDX, add kubectl. Rights. All right, so that's my new branch. Let me finish it. I'll make a PR. Ignore it. Is work already in here? Yeah. We can get rid of this. That's another thing. Get arm build. Get status. Get ignore. Git commit -m. Sure, move. Build leftovers since move to actions. Git status. All right, so now we need to do some stuff here. So go work, use //run-go. And that's going to change go work to use the new package I'm working on that I haven't committed yet. Actually, we did. We committed this already, didn't we? But we want to use this one until we don't. I mean, we could use it. We can pull it down because we already published it. So that should be fine, but let's just keep it here locally. Okay, so we're going to be doing a lot of stuff here. Basically, we're going to be encapsulating a bunch of kubectl commands, and that is going to rub certain people the wrong way, but oh well. Yeah. Git add -p. Yes. Git commit fix. This is actually a breaking fix. Move ap.config encapsulation. All right. What do we have now? So my 20 minutes is already. Is it not been 20 minutes yet, or has it been 40 minutes? Did I blow through 2 20-minute things? Does anybody know? I'm trying to see if that poem was actually right. I think it might be right. I'm going to get up. Yep. All right, I'm going to go take a break. All right, we're going to go back at it. Let's just grab the obvious things out of here. We hit these earlier, so we got load in there, the current context, and we got into the business of like calling kubectl and doing a proper delete. So normal context of the same cluster information. Okay, so yeah, right here we should be actually making a new context or updating existing context. So the stuff down here is the stuff that we need to encapsulate. And I'm going to go ahead and just put it here. Oops. And we'll call this function set or update, set context. Sec context. KubeConf set context. Hello, I'm doing stuff.
Did you want one of those skateboards that I painted?
Do you want everybody to hear this or
I
no?
don't care. Do you want one of those skateboards I painted that didn't sell, or
Yeah.
just donate them? Which one?
Oh, you can donate them, but I need to see.
Which one did you like? The polka dot one?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Thank you. All right, so func set context. What does this return? I guess we need to do the error thing, don't we? Yeah. I think so. I think we need to do... I don't know, man. Set context. Do you want to capture the output? And returns a string, which is the buffered output. And then it returns the error, because not everybody's going to want to see all the output every time, right? And so here's the thing. We could either pass in an API context, or, I mean, we should probably pass in an API context, right? What is, I think I'm gonna put, I want to put like upsert. That's what this is. I'm going to use that verb. I don't care. Nobody knows what that is. I don't care. I'm going to use it anyway. That's what this is doing. And for that, we want to return back the string of any output, so they can say want it and the potential error. Yeah. So this is kind of interesting, because we're going to need to do out all here. Yeah. And we're going to do run.cmds, run.command. And then this is a command. But we're going to have another command too. Why is that a problem? Oh. Damn it. Damn it, Wesley. Oh, commands. Commands. Why do I have that there? It should be here. Or not. Specify 24, blah, blah, blah. Oh, it needs two of them. That's right. Yep. Actually, no, it needs that. That's what it needs. We have our first command. Come on, baby. Work. I don't know about this, man. run commands, and then we have a command. And then what? We have the end of the command. And the end of that command. And then into that. Is that good? No? God, what the hell? Oh. There we go. All right, finally. Out all commands. How are you doing, Tara? kubectl config set context cluster name, blah, blah, blah. So, hey, Lieutenant Julius, how are you doing? Let's do. We're gonna force it to pass an API context, and that's all I'm gonna say about that. And it's actually gonna be read only because we're not gonna be changing it, so we'll just pass it as is. What is API config, by the way? API config is I gotta go look it up. And then this here is going to be, oopsie daisy. This needs to be, we'll call it CTX. It's not the same as other Golang context. It's not at all the same, in case anybody's wondering. CTX.name. I don't even know if that's it, actually. Trying Golang Gin. Oh yeah, Gin's that's pretty cool. We use that in our API. Yep. I think it's auth info. We gotta go do a good pull on this. Yeah, you know what's funny though is that's not all the things you can set to it. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of like I mean, if we're going to get in the business of calling kubectl and encapsulating it as opposed to just calling it, we kind of got to do it right. I hate that you have to call kubectl to do it right because there's no top level functions that call to do the same thing. That's kind of annoying, but I mean, I don't think there is. Let me before I say speak, maybe I should go check that. I don't know why this one's having a hard time loading symbols. Go get issue. Did we do a go user? Did I do a go work? Oh, I did, I guess. I'm gonna have to add it though. Oh, it found it. Good. I didn't think it found it there for a second. All right, so the problem is we're gonna have to figure out how to test that. We're gonna have to write those stupid tests again. We need to write them anyway. Oh, god damn it. So much extra code. If you do it right? If you write the test code and stuff. God damn it. Example, upsert context. I mean, you could just call it set context and be done with it. I'm calling it set context. I'm changing my mind right away. kubeconf dot context API dot context. Name foo. I wonder. To do this right, we'd have to build up the incremental arguments for every single thing that's represented. And we're going to do it right. God, it's so stupid. It's kind of brittle. I don't want to do this, but kind of have to. So we'll change it to set API context. Can we look this up now finally? Why isn't it finding it? There's something wrong with my Vimgo. I don't know what. Some of my symbols are not resolving properly. I don't know why. I should be finding it and it's not. It's not even finding stuff in the same documents. Oh, maybe that's why. Yeah, if there's problems, it won't work. 6 and 7. SGX name undefined and kubeconf line 23. What? Undefined kubeconf field, missing return. Return. Oh, whoops. Return. What does that all return? Does that all have a buffer there? I don't remember because I can't fucking look it up. I was gonna say it doesn't have it. 3. Oh. What does it say? Does it have a name field? What? Why isn't it finding it? Why isn't it finding it? I wonder if it's because it's a branch. 920. To return variables. All right. Yeah. What the hell? There we go. Return all. All. All right, so we have out, error, and n. Return out an error. honestly. Expect a statement found, blah, blah, blah. What did I screw up? All right, there we go. So we want to run these commands. Yep. There we go. We don't need the N. We can throw that away. Conf. Reset our automatic test code. ctext name undefined. Okay, so I still are not getting any title resolution. I honestly don't know what's causing that. Can I use API context value, scope here, context value, blah. Oh, set context takes a pointer. Alrighty, let's fix that. I'll change it to pointer to an API context. I need to decide if we're going to check for nil here or not. So I don't like it being a pointer because then it could be a nil value. I think an API context is a nil value already. I think that was the problem, actually. I mean, it's a pointer. Yeah. Huh. Oh yeah, so API context is already a pointer. Okay, that's good. And a filter method print. Man, unfortunately, I got. Wait, what the hell? Oh. Load. Log. Print. We need to do as JSON here. Yeah. Internal util. What is this? Yeah, I guess we could put these in internal. we can just hard code them in there. I don't. It doesn't matter. As JSON. Do. That should work. So we can just do front is JSON C. That should fix that. Print is undefined. Unknown field. API context. Line KUBECONF. Actually, what if I can't amend that other commit? So well. Test go. There is no name. I have no idea what there is because I can't look up API context. Godoc. CD cube. Godoc. Command API package API. No, we want API.config. We want context. Context has auth info cluster namespace, but it doesn't have a name. That's why, well, no wonder I forgot to put the name as a part of the struct. Oh, that's why. That's the reason they have so many problems. Oh my god. That is so stupid. What poor, that is such poor vision and domain modeling. That's my Marrakesh. I have my other bike here too. This is my kicker bike. It's an indoor bike. All right, so let's do this. So there is no such thing as a name for API context. So we just basically shot our own selves in the foot because there's no such thing. You can't tell what that context should be identified by. So it's like we're getting hurt again because of their bad planning. So I can't just call set context because I would have to pass in a context object and a name, right? I have to pass in a name string and a context object. It's so stupid. The only reason I have to do that is because of their shitty design. Look at this. There is nothing to set. I'm going to prove it. Watch. If I do KUBECONF pipe to JQ.context. You see all those? It gives, I have to get the key names of it. Yep. So, all right. Well, at least I know now. All right, so that's all good. So we have to pass the name in. So let's change this. So that would be name context cluster. But we need to look up all the stuff you can put in a cluster or context. You can put, technically speaking, we should do all. You cannot set the location of origin. You can't. If somebody tried to set a context that had a location of origin, then we would have to specify that file specifically and explicitly as a kubeconfig so that would be the only file modified. That's some crazy ass logic just to make up for a bunch of bullshit design. So cluster CTX, that cluster user auth. I mean, these are the basic things that people add. So I don't know if I need to like overly stress about putting the other stuff. Like, do we have extensions? Do we want to allow extensions? Holds additional information. It's useful for extenders so that reads and writes don't clobber into fields. I tell you what, if it can be set from the command line, we'll do it. Kconfig set context -h. So what can you set? You can set current. It tells it what context you want. Cluster nickname. User nickname. Namespace, that's it. And options, of course. I mean, I think that those are the only things that we should take in, actually. And I don't know if it needs to be a context at that point. I don't think it does. I think we should just make it a straight-up function without an argument parameter. Because we already had to break name out. So let's just break them all out. Yep, that's the right thing to do. So we're going to say name... cluster user ns name cluster username space, right? And then this down here just becomes name. This is definitely the way to go. I'm going to use this user ns. Boom. And if the things are empty, should we build up the command dynamically based on whether those things are set or not? I mean, that's the right way to do it. I just don't want to do it. God. CMD equals run CMDS. Actually, no. We just need to do a list of strings. Yeah, let's do that. String. kubectl config set context I mean, if there's no name, the problem is that we want to actually fuck it. Because it should trap if we don't have a user or whatever. If I'm missing a user, it should return it as an error. Yeah, good. My God, thank God. Okay, so namespace cluster is undefined 19. Oh, whoops. Those are all strings. Not enough arguments. Not anymore. All right, so, yep. And the hard part is going to be people are going to have to get it, you know, foo cluster foo. Cluster foo auth user foo user foo user foonis foons. I got the foons. Out error. If error like nil. Error. There we go. Context foo got modified. Yep. Context foo modified. All right, so that seems to be working. I want to see what happens if I leave something out. Uh-oh. I did throw an error. Uh-oh. It overwrote it. Should we allow people to overwrite things? I don't think so. It should bark at that. It makes me kind of upset that it doesn't. God, I fucking hate making up for other people's. God damn it. It should not just fucking blow away. All right, guys, look at this. If I call kubectl set context and I give it a parameter and I pass a blank to that parameter, it does not catch it and it blows out my auth info identifier, even though that's not a valid auth info reference. And there's no checking to see if that auth info is already existing someplace else or anything like that. It just updates it. It's so lame. It should, if you have it at no value there, it should not override it. It should just leave the one that's there already. But the behavior of kubectl is fucked up. Yet another reason for me to call my thing instead of the dumb shit kubectl command, because it doesn't do the right thing. How many times am I going to be complaining about this? This is taking me a whole weekend, so I'm fucking tired of it. Because kubectl doesn't do the right thing, because it accepts blank values for user cluster and namespace, blowing out those values in the kubeconfig file that it associates with, because it allows for that, which is the biggest fucking dumb shit error design ever, I have to vet for it in advance. Why do you have to do this? I'm sure there's a library that exists that already does this. No, there's not fucking one that does this. I'm sorry. I'm tired. I am sick and tired of cleaning up ugly, shitty Kubernetes code because it wasn't done right in the first place. It raises my blood pressure, and then I get sick and I get fat and I get inflammation. That's why I don't want to do it. I hate coding because I have to deal with other people's code. So we actually have to safety check every single one of those lines. Yeah. So I have to go back to what I was doing before. I have to say, I have to build up the list of commands. Command with its args. I have 20 what? More than 20. I get your point, but still, I've only got since 2013, since Go. What I don't understand, I mean, I see where you're going with this. It's easier for me to see the crap because I've been around longer, but I haven't been coding in Go that much longer. And this code was written in 2014, 2013, that kind of time frame by senior engineers at Google, where Go was invented. And they still managed to write this absolute bullshit Go code and force it on the rest of the world. So my frustration comes from the fact that there's absolutely no quality checking at all on the most important tool that would be used by every single person who interacts with Kubernetes. And that's why I'm upset, because if a company like Google can get away with that shit with its entire team, with its peer review process and everything else, and then I have to spend my weekends fixing that shit and like getting around it and making up for all the mistakes that they made in design. It annoys me. It annoys me because I don't like wasting all of my time making up for this bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting out of control again. I should probably take another break. Yeah, I'll do it. Because it's just, I have to act. Yeah, whatever. No, I need something to relax. I took CBD today. I don't want to depend on alcohol to relax and make it through a coding session. I need to get to the point where I don't have to depend on alcohol for that. I need some way meditation or something to get through this, because otherwise I'm going to, thankfully, let's just dwell on the positive. The team that I currently work with, which works for a really boring, shitty company compared to like Silicon Valley companies. It's not a shitty company. It's a multinational. It's one of the biggest companies in the world. It's a fantastic company. But the team that I have, I am blessed to have a team of people who actually care about the stuff that I'm doing. They care about it. In fact, they'll push me. If I'm sloppy and I don't take care of every edge case, they'll catch me on it. So I'm really, really, really lucky to be in that kind of team that appreciates this, even if they might question why it took so long to write a particular thing, or why we need an entire package library just to deal with kubeconfig, even when we're using the standard one. Spicy sweet grape to Lex. Ginger? Yeah, I'm gonna have to take that. Oh, tea? Yeah, I mean, I like tea too, but I don't know. All right, so we have to do a bunch of conditional logic, right? So we have to say if name does not equal blank, then we're going to add a name, cmd equals append, which is so inefficient, but whatever. Cmd dot now if there's not a name, we should fail. Yeah, let's do that first. What's that? You can mark it. Emails for user events. 2 weeks, at least. 2 weeks, at least. Yeah. To do it right. I mean, they'll try to get it out in 7 days, but 7 days is crazy. But I don't do those kind of apps, so I don't know. Dude, I've been trying to make a simple login tool, and it's been taking me 3 weeks because I have to test all the edge cases and stuff. The problem is that the pointy hair bosses keep pushing shit through because of the deadlines, and then we end up having to deal with it forever. And the cost is much, much higher for that. It just doesn't matter because the person gets their kudos and they move on and they don't do it. All right, so we got to do, first we got to do some check. If name equals, I think the better way to do that is do len name. I think we're supposed to do length for name checks instead of comparisons. If I remember right, that's faster. It's like slightly faster. Then return return FFT error F. We're making up errors that the kubectl program would never throw. Yeah. It breaks 5 times the production. Oh, I know. It's indirectly for kubectl-login. I always wonder if we should do it like this. I don't have an entire error handling library though. Things are simple and take a week. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, they do. Yeah, because their job is based on how fast you get it out. So they love thinking that you can do it much faster than you can. I mean, just watch any Star Trek episode. All right, there, we got that. If we have a name, the better have had a name. So, actually, if that's true, then we can do this. I don't have to do this anymore. So, but then we need to add cluster user namespace conditionally. So, if length of cluster is 0, if length of cluster, then save that. That was greater than 0. CMD, I have to append it. It's so stupid. It's append dash cluster run commands CMD. So set it set cluster and user alrighty, ns namespace I mean, easy to read. All right, and then this is all good. Yep, this can go away. Boom. All right. We don't have a CMD anymore. We have set. do. Boom. Nice. All right, there's our second command. Boom. That's the first one we needed. Okay. Yes. Version files. See, I hope people will read that and will go like, oh, that's why it exists. Set context calls kubectl config set context. But unlike kubectl, however, an empty name cluster user or namespace will produce an error instead of blowing out the saved value in the configuration files with an empty string. Blowing out, that's not a technical term. And take deadlines after hours. You can say that again. There, I suspect this is good enough. So that's just like one thing, though. We need to make one of those for each of them, right? Let's try this. KUBECONF. Set context client has been modified. All right, let's try to break it now. So now when we get rid of one of these, we should get an error, yeah? Wait, what? Why produce an error? Damn it, Rob. Damn it, Rob. Foo, I have a feeling this is incorrect. Nope. Interesting. How is that passing? Should not be passing. Oh. It just skipped it without throwing an error. No. Calls kubectl config set context. The name is argument is required. Name. Okay, that's how it works. Yeah, because as long as that context already exists, it doesn't change it. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, yeah. So look, fcluster fuser is working. See, but if I leave one of them out, it should not change it. That's what I'm doing is kind of hard to test without interactively doing it because it's dealing with interactive applications. But if I take the fuser out, it'll work. It'll successfully run it, and it won't copy it. It won't change it. So it's still fuser. If I change fuser to other, that should change it. Yep, there we go. So foo cluster other namespace. All right, so that's good. I mean that's all I really need. I don't need more for that one. All right, next one. So I'm actually gonna spend 25 minutes. So I'm gonna stand up and walk around. We're gonna do another one. I mean this is really boring coding that I'm doing right now. All I'm doing is encapsulating kubectl commands so they can be called as Go code because the equivalents don't exist anywhere. And if I'm writing Go code and I want it to call kubectl and I don't remember the arguments, or I want to ensure that the arguments are there properly, this is kind of the utility for that. That's why I'm making this, so that I can call into it and set context and stuff properly, and so that we can do two commands at once. For example, you might think that just going in and changing the properties of a user auth info section would work if you just set for example, the ID token, which is a valid way but if you have leftover OIDC stuff in there, you have to clean it out, and the only way to do that is to delete it and then add it, both with kubectl, which is why we're doing this. We're encapsulating the best practices to get around all the fucking bugs in kubectl for dealing with kubeconfig. Back in a bit. All right, so my break's back. Did some push-ups. I'm a little bit winded. I think like a little bit of exercise helps reduce your stress, you know? It did, man. It really like lowered my heart rate. It's really great. I mean, it raised it, but you know, now it's able to, I think it's because you like burn a bunch of adrenaline when you get all stressed out. And Vim for coding, yeah. Is it actually, I doubt it's more convenient than IDE. Okay. All right. This is spoken by somebody who doesn't know VI. Don't talk to me again until you watch all of the beginner boosts, the 2-hour video I just posted for last week. Yeah, the entire Linux kernel has been done with terminal editors like VI and Emacs, but I'm sure it's not as effective as an IDE. There's things that you can do with VI that no IDE can even dream of. And if you don't know what they are because you've never seen VI magic wand command, which I just covered this week, go watch that video. Somebody come in here and pick a fight saying I should use an IDE because it's more effective. You see this little thing down here, this little ENTR command? Do that shit in your IDE. Let me see you do this in your IDE. Yeah, have fun with that. Bye-bye. Run along, noob. You're welcome here, but my God. Okay, so we're gonna set up the other one too here in a bit. Yeah, you just want to be able to go back and forth with your mouse and use your ergonomic keyboard and everything. Well, meanwhile, my hands never leave my keyboard. And I'm slow compared to people that do coding all day, every day. They're even way faster. So we need another command. What's the other command we need? That's what I'm pausing on here. Let's do this one here. So we need these couple things out. We have set cluster. Let's pull set cluster out, shall we? Set cluster is about the same as the other one, I think. I think set cluster is probably close to being the next one. Oopsie daisy, that was just me being a spaz. All right, so let's do this one. Actually, we can grab this whole function. We can grab that whole function and dump it. And we'll call this set cluster. So let's go kubectl cluster. All those being ignored if empty. All right, so what do we have for a cluster? All right, good. So what are the valid values for cluster? Let's go look it up. KUBECONFIG. Here they are. Let's look them all up. So this can have, specify the name that already exists. Specifying a name that exists will merge the new fields on top of existing values. Okay. So only the field for whatever. Server embed certs, but what are the options? Oh, here we go. Usage. Server, we get certificate authority, insecure skip TLS verify, TLS server name. Those are the only ones. Okay, that's good. We know what to have now. So, hell, I could just copy them in. Let's copy those in here for a second. I'll copy those in there. See if we can get them all. We need, name is the same. So server is the first one. So server, change cluster to server. Then what do we have? What's after server? Certificate authority. Okay, so this one we're going to have to be a little bit creative with, because we need to be able to pass in the certificate authority without it being a file. I don't know. I guess actually, you know what we could do? We could say this. We could say, calls this config set cluster if empty. If the cert argument begins with PEM data, it will be considered it will be temporarily written to a file and passed to cert, was it certificate authority? Because there's also certificate authority data, but they didn't tell you that that's an option. Apparently you can't set that from the command line though. That's actually, yeah. Let me ignore if empty the cert argument because of PEM data. It will also be temporarily written to. So here's the problem. So if it's a path, do we load the path or not? Or do we embed the cert? I think we should only embed the cert if, yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, watch the thing and you'll understand. Yeah. You have to understand Unix filters before we can have an intelligent debate about it. So you can decide whether that will fit your needs for plugins. I don't use any Vim plugins except for syntax. So what do we want to do here? We want the name of the server. Actually, you can only pass server, cert authority, insecure set verify, and TLS server. I'm starting to have bad vibes about not having that be a map. Because if the kubeconfig, if the kubectl command changes that, the server argument's going to change. So I hate that we're like sticking our nose in between calling kubectl directly, but I still think it has value. But in that case, we need to expand on this a little bit. Yeah, I'm doing that all the time. That's what I'm doing. I'm actually dynamically running my tests and putting the output without having to compile anything. That's what's happening down below. I run the test case every time my file changes. I don't have to do anything. So, plus I get to modify the use of that instead of depend completely on some bloated plugin on VS Code. So we're going to do... I think it's about... I mean, I think this one is pretty much standardized, but... I feel like we need to pass a map in for that. I guess... I really don't like getting between... I have to, though, because the kubectl program is so broken. God, I fucking hate this. I don't know. I mean, we could build a secret... kubectl, there. So I put this here. I put I'm just gonna, yeah. Args. X. So xargs. I have xargs now. Yeah, I guess we could just use A for args. The problem is we have to say if it has one. Okay. Note that, let's see. Empty strings are valid values to omit an argument. Ensure that it no longer exists in the map, which is like delete, right? Isn't it delete? I forget the command. Golang map delete. I think that's the one that deletes the entry. Yeah, delete map key. Yep. All right, so there. This is good. This is good. This is good. I need generic stuff to be able to pass off. In fact, I probably want to start. Are we using run here? Are we? Run, go. Args encapsulates args. That can be passed to keep to anything on the these strings are valid values. Submit an argument for no longer. So for more complex handling of options, consider what we want to say. I consider an arguments handling package. Okay, that's all. Something for open source, kind of, yeah. Everything I code is for open source, technically. Yep. Yeah. Oh shit. How do you commit it to a separate branch? I don't remember. It has to show the branch version. Okay, commit. Or you have to just push it to that branch, I guess. Yeah. I wonder if that'll even work, if that's going to break it. I think. Yeah. I'm wondering how to fix the fact if I've like done a lot of commits on it in the main branch and then I want to push them to a different branch, right? I don't know what that's going to do to the main branch if I do that though. So I wonder if that's going to change the local changes I've already made. So this is a GitHub instance that I'm getting something that I've not encountered yet. I want to try it. So if I do somebody was telling me, so I think I can do git push origin origin to a new branch. And I'm going to try it. Okay, so that doesn't exist. Yeah, because there isn't a remote. I haven't added a remote at all yet. Right? So if I git push origin main, I haven't locked it down yet. No, I haven't. I need to actually. So Mm-hmm. Golang. Let's see. Okay. Right, fast settings. Yep, you can go look that up. Branches, app protection rules for main. You can't do this from. It's really sad, but you can't do this from GitHub command line tool yet. Pull requests, yes, no approvals. Current approval most recent. This must still require status checks to pass before merging. Choose which status checks must pass before branches can be merged into a branch that matches this rule. Commits must first be pushed to another branch, then merge or push directly to a branch that matches this rule after status checks have passed. I think this is GitHub Actions. What's the GitHub apps I was going to say? I don't know if I need this right now, but I think that might be it. Cross-site commits. Always linear history. Choose which environment must be successfully deployed. Lock branch node. Do not. The both things will apply the administration. Customers will bypass branch administration. No. Allow forcers. No. Allow deletions. No. Great. Where is my key? Over there somewhere. All right, so that's all good. Problem now is I can't push this now. So I'm gonna do the right thing. I'm gonna try git stash. All right, so now we can do git switch -c rob at args git stash pop git diff. All right. Git git commit. It's not really a feature, is it? Conventional commits. It's weird because unless you have that, I don't know what's going on with that. So, feature is fix feet break. Fix and feet. Bug in your code. Feet. New feature. Minor. Okay. So that's a feat. That's a feat. Feat. I mean, it's such a small thing, but git push -u origin add args, PR, GHPR, create. Yes, yes, submit. PR, GHPR, merge. Squash. Yes. Submit. Deleted the local branch. There. That's the right way to do that. I know it takes it's a lot of steps, but wait, didn't do it. Oh wait, I have to do git pull. I always forget. Because the merge PR was not, yeah, I had to pull. There we go. Now that should have actually updated the version too. Actually, no, it didn't. So I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to have to touch the version. So what's the tag currently? Current tag is 1.0. So that's actually a 2.0 because it's a minor version, right? So let's do that. Let's do git tag v0.2.0 git push tags, and that'll trigger a build action. There we go. All right, just making sure everything's working. So that's all good. So we can use that now. Get rid of that. Instead of this, we're going to start passing in args because we just added it to our other library. So we don't need it here. Nope. Now we can do run.args. Set context run.args. And we're gonna add it that way. So then we can, you know what's cool about that? We can actually do a has on it and everything. Yeah. You know what? Let's just use the traditional methods for this. Links in the command line, yeah. So if we do name, comma, has a name, not has. You see that there? Actually, we can put this up here because we kind of want to use it for stuff. Oopsie daisy. What the hell? Rob, what are you doing? All right, so if not has, it must not be empty. All right. Let's see. Get CMD. Yeah. Name. All right. So that's all good. I mean, it's kind of ugly, so let's fix it. So, and we'll set up our command. Yeah. I'm actually going to make a method for the run function that actually does converts it into a string or converts it into a list. Yeah. I'm definitely doing that. Close to issue add, let's see, add dot list, method need the keys expanded into long form argument variables. This might be already in some of the other library packages, but whatever. This is fine enough. Args func soul brother, check it out now. Func soul brother. Args list string list returns the expanded keys and values as a list of valid arguments with the keys converted into double dash long form arguments. We're not putting equals in there though, so if it doesn't handle it, I don't know what. We should say like a list with equals or something, maybe a different fork, but I don't. All right, so list equals. How many do we have? I guess I could calculate keys. No, I don't need that. I can just append. It's fine. It's fine. All right, so string for key value in a range A K equals K plus K list equals append list with K and V. So we're done. Return list. Now I should be able to use that right now actually. So we'll come back in here and try it. We have cluster, user, and namespace. So we don't need any of that. That's why I just did this. All that code I wrote is now redundant. Because now I can do this. I can say, hell, I could even put append right here, but I'm not. So set cmd equals append, set cmd, comma, and then I have a dot list. And we're done. How cool is that? That's cuz coding. Undefined args. Oh. Cannot use string values, type string values, argument to append. 24. Oh, really? I think I have to do this. Value type string as value type argument to append. 32. Actually, I think I can just do this. Yeah. Yep. All right, so this has to be string. Oh, sit a list dot dot dot. There we go. Set context. Nice. And that's what we want. That's look at how much easier it is now. I love it. So I don't even need these spaces actually. It just makes it nice and easy to read. Damn, that's sweet. Okay, so I am glad we spent time doing this. I think I hear dinner in the other room. So I'm going to go take a break for that. But I got to finish this today because I want this done by tomorrow morning to work on. Sample set context. So we don't have to do this anymore. Nope. We just need to do map string. No, we need to do a run.args. How about that? We do a run.args and have a namespace there. You could say name it does kind of look like I'm turning Go into Python though, doesn't it? I won't lie. It does look like that. It does. User or node. It's another reason to make it a long form name, huh? So I'm glad I did that. This guy needs to be like that and that. Bum 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 bum. Alright, the XSS1 context foo modified. That's interesting. Yep, let's put other here. Is it going to do it? Yep. See, it did it. All right, so that's good. Damn, that is really good. So, God, we could just put the list in there and call it a day. Yeah, that is super nice. I like that a lot. I like that. I'm going to be using that a lot actually. So that's good. I have to do another PR though. Add list method. So I already committed it though, yeah? Did I not? No. So this is what I always do. I end up changing main before making a branch, and I don't know how to do that. Do you like Vim? I like Vim too. I like it to be minimal because I can look at the line numbers down the bottom right. You can always go to, I just did a big old long video last Saturday, 2 hours, about Vim, 3 hours. It's the most recent information I have about Vim. Next week we're going to be going through line by line my Vim config. 11 o'clock on Saturday if you want to join us. I'm about to take a break here. I'm going to commit this PR for this run change. Nice. Try git stash, git switch. Wait. Git switch dash c xrob list method. Git unstash stash pop. Git add issues. Git commit dash m add list method closes number 4. Git push dash u origin RDX list method PR GHPR create. Yes. GHPR merge. There's a lot of review about that PR. I'm glad we had a chance to discuss all our differences. Hey, look, git pull. And there's my change. Tag. So we need to do this. We need to tag it with v0.3.0 because I added new functionality. And that should trigger another flow. Yep, there it is. What was I? Oh, I added something else. What did I add? I don't remember. We added a list method. Okay, yeah, we're good to go. All right, so we can leave that for a bit. Now we're back to our kubectl-login, which is our program here. We've actually had several tests of this now, so we know that works, and passing arguments is working. So we're back to using that stuff in our new commands. We need to encapsulate the set. We need to do a couple of other commands. We need to do set context, we need to set cluster, we need to do set users or set auth info. Once we have those things done, we can go back to our main login program and call those things safely. And that'll be, so that's how it's kind of like the Matryoshka dolls unraveling here. We'll be back in a bit. We're back, and I'm back, and I'm doing some debugging. We're on the set context. So we are encapsulating the kubectl-config set context command. Got a little bit of an error code bug going on here. I got to figure out what's going on there. Had some great spaghetti thanks to Doris. And here's our fantastic dynamically created command. kubectl config set context foo name foo cluster f user. Name is not a valid argument. That's what's happening. Okay, that's important. Yeah. I actually passed in the arguments and I didn't need the extra one. So, because set context doesn't support it for some stupid reason. So we're going to do, get rid of this one. All right, so we're going to say set context and name, if it has name, delete, this is so stupid, but it's just because it's set context, because kubectl does it dumb. So nothing I can do about that. Delete name, we delete a name. And we should get, yeah, there's our 100% success now. Okay, good. Makes me happier. All right, so set context is in the house. We're going to copy set context now and make a set cluster out of it. I'm going to find another one. That's it. Okay, so set cluster. Look for the same thing. We need a name. Name must not be empty. Delete. Cluster name is the same problem as the other one. So you could set cluster, append the rest of the list. Sweet. We need to do the PEM data conversion. This is something special. To do special handling for PEM data. What is this? This is a kubectl plugin. This is a library to be called by kubectl and encapsulate it to update PEM data. So wait, where's our return? Oh, I missed it. I feel bad about that. Here we go. Let's say till what's complete. What are you asking about? There's lots of pieces here. All right, so there we go. So we need to intercept the PEM data. This will actually work, but let's add the special handling for PEM data after this. There is no validation of the keys, and that is on purpose. We want to pass it through directly. So what I mean by that is like when we cover this one here, YAF, you can grab that function, set cluster, set cluster args. So we can set the name to foo, and then the cluster has a server, local host 8443, HTTPS, whatever. User some F namespace. C user, cluster user, C namespace. Now, there is no namespace. Nope, there's only that. Cluster foo not set. Cluster foo set, kubectl. Looks like we're still dumping stuff someplace. Let me go grab that. Yeah, where's my dump? Oh, here it is. Yeah. And like grab that over from this one. Set should be better. Okay, cluster foo not set. Context foo modified. So, change this here. Cluster foo modified. Just for our tester, we can actually see that foo was foo cluster. Oh, wait. To do this, we have to use our handy dandy kubeconfig tool. We want to do kubeconfig.clusters. I wish I could pass that off to JQ. Instead of doing JSON path. I mean, if we did that, we wouldn't have to have other things installed if I figured out how to do that. I'd have to put the whole JSON path library into this little binary though. So that is a no. JQ's not that bad. All right, so JQ clusters. Whoops. Keys. All right, so that worked. I mean, assuming that we really don't know the values for the cluster, so config get cluster foo. What the hell? Oh, get cluster. Is it view cluster? I don't know, okay. See you, bro. Oh, you put ourselves stuff. Oh, well, it's great thank you for being here. Get cluster. So apparently we can't get the stuff inside of a cluster. There's nothing. There's no way to do that. So, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Here's the clusters, but see, they've had data omitted. And also, you see the format, how fucked up it is? But foo got added, so we're good. All right, so... Yeah. I mean, I guess the value of this is kind of dubious. I mean, we're really just calling set cluster. The difference is that we're not passing empty values. That's the biggest difference of all. That is the biggest difference of all. This is making it so it's safe. Yeah. Set cluster. Okay, so set cluster, we're encapsulating it with the PEM detection. So if we have a PEM file, like we have with, or actually, what do we have a PEM file that I can go look at? Internal clusters, inf.crt. There's a bit. So if the file begins with, how can I detect a PEM file? First line of the PEM file. Wait, there's a crypto line. How can I detect if it's a PEM file? By trying to load it? Golang validate a PEM file. It might be something easy. Or if I insert jam my stuff to load it. Decode. Ironically, after I'm doing the decoding, it'd be totally dropped on the floor because it's going to use the program to pull it in. I suppose we can look for a begin at the beginning, right? How many lines is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5, begin. Netflix, Amazon, damn, look at all the stuff I found. Why did those things come up? That's weird. Why did all these redirects come up? That is weird. Why does it think that those things have slash? I guess. Let's see. This is a certificate in PEM format. A certificate is supposed to be open. Codings and conversions. I'm pretty sure I can just detect that first line and be done with it. Is that part of this? Does anybody know if that's a part of the standard? I think it is. I think it is. I think that first line is mandatory. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Official specification of PEM format. What is a PEM file format? Specify certificates. I don't want to read the RFC right now. As you can expect the following labels to be with the begin header and end footer. ASN1 types. Let's see implementation document what they did. Actually, we want it to be begin certificate. We don't want anything besides it has to be a certificate. So begin certificate is good. I'm going for that. So, I actually have a starts with, but I have to bring it in to do that. Has prefix. Strings has prefix. I don't know why this stuff isn't working lately. The prefix and the boolean. Actually, yeah. Strings has prefix. Or do we want to deal with bytes? We probably want to read the... No, because it's going to be a string. So yeah. Has prefix... okay. If strings has prefix, how about this? Cert data CA if cert has a dot certificate, was it of authority or something? I'm wondering if that we should do that translation before. Because I don't know. I'm going to have to add an argument if it's there. If we have a file, we can just use it directly. If we don't, then we can't set the data from the command line. We would have to go... We have to add a new variable. We have to have certificate data PEM or whatever. I don't know if we need to do that magic in here or not. That's the problem. I don't know if we should do this magic or not. I don't think we should, actually. I think we should just stick with the thing and do what we're told. And then if they want to use that as other things, they can pass them in. If the cert, let's see. C kubectl config dash help for more. C kubectl config dash, let's see, config for more. I mean, we can almost abstract that, but I don't want to. Set or modified. You can't do it in a test case, so unless you got a more precise test scenario. But example tests, it's harder. Cluster for modified. You know what's funny is that it puts set and it doesn't put modified. Isn't that funny? Now, cluster is one of the things that takes care of itself. The last one we're going to do is user auth info, and that does not take care of itself. We're going to have to delete it. These other ones, we don't really need to delete them because if you change them, they get updated, right? Like if you do, you can't have certificate authority data. You can't have certificate authority data and security skip TLS verify, and you can't have security authority and security authority data. The kubectl program does the right thing. It actually makes sure that you only have what's allowed in here. So I don't need to get special with that because it actually does what it's supposed to there. Context, we had to get very special with it so that if somebody doesn't define a namespace or a user and it's empty, that we don't actually pass it because we don't want to blow out the existing user that was already there. There's no case whatsoever where a user would want to blow that out. And if they do, they can explicitly do it in the args by setting the key to an empty value. So, and then the third situation is users. Current context, we already have, I think. Actually, let's do current context fast. That's really fast. So we could set, let's do that one really fast. Current context. I'm going to get shit for encapsulating these argument calls. I know it. I just can feel it. It's going to come, and I'm going to have to justify it. And I don't care. The way I'm going to justify it is I'm going to say we have to ensure that those values are not set to override, and this is the only way to do it because the program doesn't do it. I'm just preparing myself because I'm going to have to defend that decision. Func. What is the actual command for current context? It's actually current context. Some use context, yeah. Use context. Little comments. Use sets the current context. Is use context. Okay, that's what I was looking for. This is super easy. Yeah. Use context. Calls kubectl config use context. Yeah. I mean, we really don't need. We could actually make the program do that, but this is just easier. I mean, do we have any output? We would just need an error, right? It would never be. Yeah, we want output and we want the error. So string error. Yeah, we'll give the error back to them if we want. So that's actually not too hard at all. Return. run.out outer did I get that right? Yeah. So outer kubectl config. I mean, how you doing? Kubeconfig use context name. Yep. And if there's an error there, there's an error there. That wasn't too hard. Let's actually test that really quick. Something. Some context. How about foo? Out error equals kubectl dot get use context foo out declared not used out about out and error. What we got? Switched to context foo and a nil. Switch to context foo and nil. Yep. Pass. All right, so that's the thing. Let's actually see if it actually worked. Yep. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. It didn't work. Why didn't it work? That's not good. It didn't carry over to this one. That's weird. What the fuck? That is really weird. I get the impression this isn't actually running. Oh, because... Is it because set conquest came after that? There it did it. The other one must have set it back. Yeah, there must be something that in our test cases it's setting it back to. It's the other one. No, it's no. Huh. Weird. Well, it seems to be working, so. Huh. All right, anyway. That was a fast one. Last one, use auth info. use auth info is the last one. We have set context, select cluster. We have use auth info. This is the hardest one of all because we have to delete any pre-existing auth info entries for a specific auth type. This is not an easy one. Have you used Microsoft Project in past? Yes. A long time ago. Yeah, this is probably 20 years ago. 30 maybe. So, I don't use that kind of stuff anymore. I probably should. Set cluster, set context, and now set, I believe user is what they call it. So, yeah. It's called auth info here, but it's user in the command line. So KUBECONFIG. Credentials. All right, that's what they did. They call it credentials. There we go. So, and there are a shit ton of argument possibilities here. Yeah. Also, see how these have equal signs? We're going to get a chance to test this. This is actually one of the problems with all this kind of stuff. Exec env equals key value, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to try something here. Blah. Exec env sum equals other, comma this I don't know. I don't know how it works. Okay, kubeconfig, kubeconf, jq dot users dot what do we call it? Blah. Users blah. There we go. So users blah was created, but there's nothing else in it. So what do we do now? It didn't create that other thing. That's what I wanted it to do. Let's go try. That's what I was testing. There we go. env. I think we still have to have an equal sign here. It won't work. Still nothing, man. The credentials section is really finicky. Yeah, it has to have certain things in it, otherwise it won't set it. Yeah, it's very finicky. You have to have an auth provider for the other stuff to even work. See, I'm not even doing any of this. I'm doing this. I'm doing token, bearer token. I'm not using basic user auth. I'm not using any of that stuff. I'm now rethinking the reason that I wrote that sequential short circuit logic code, because it's quite possible that they want to keep all the stuff that was there before. Yeah, I answered my own question. Okay, so the business of the business of setting up the auth, the user is we just want to call it, and we just want to pass arguments just like everything else. And then in the specific implementation of the kubectl-login, kubectl-login code, that code can pull in, can delete the previous value and add a new one, because somebody else may not want to do that. Maybe they just want to call it. They want to call it safely, right? So the problem I have here is that the variable translation that's happening is kind of screwed up, right? So, I mean, there's no equal sign added. And one of the things we could do, and does GetUp automatically accept an equal sign? I think it does. Yeah. I think it does, honestly. So, this list thing that we have going on, we can put an equals list. We could actually copy this and say list EQ. Say list EQ. With the keys converted into double dash long form arguments. That are joined to their value with an equal sign. So that's all I need in terms of like argument parsing and stuff. Is actually k plus equals plus b. List append list. Put this here. Why isn't it happy? Why are you no happy? Oh, there we go. I think we're going to have to use those. Yeah. I do. I think if that's going to work, we're going to have to do that. All right, so I think all of them are actually going to have that. It's going to produce a smaller list. But whatever. Go test. Yep. Okay, so I feel like that's going to be more in line with what, well, at least we have the option. Okay, so names must not be empty set cluster. So we have the use context, we have that one, we have the auth info. So we're just going to copy just like the other one, and we're going to do the delete outside of this. Okay, so I'll grab this whole thing. Grab this whole thing. Set, I can't remember if it's user auth info. Credentials, right? For more info. Note that changing the type of credential may leave from dash dash token to dash dash auth provider might leave residual fields in the configuration. In such cases, calling delete credentials delete user. I think only delete credentials should be done first. All right, so we don't have that yet, but we're going to add it. Cluster creds. Set credentials, delete credentials, confuse, set cluster credentials. Check everything and make sure it's not empty. Grab it all out. How are you doing? And that should do it. So let's try it. Kubeconfig test. Where's my NGR? Alrighty. Set cluster. We'll put set credentials. Cube set cluster. And we need to set the credentials. So actually, Herman, how about that? Herman is going to be a token. My bearer token. All right, see if that works. User Herman set. Nice. I love how it puts user instead of actual credentials. We just did making sure the commands match up, so. But watch. If I do kubeconfig. So there's Herman. My bearer token. See that? But if I put some sort of OIDC thing here, something. Yeah, and I do get, was it credentials? You know what's so stupid? It's set credentials and get users. Who the fuck? Oh. Set credentials and get users. Sets a user entry, displays a user entry. So stupid. You know what? I'm gonna make up for that. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm gonna say set user and get user. God, just so bad. Such bad fucking programming. Bad design. Bad design. And I have to make up for it. I keep complaining, I know. Set user. note that the terms user credentials and auth info are frequent used synonymously. Set user, set credentials for some stupid ass reason. There's no set user. There's just set credentials, even though they have get set cluster, get clusters, set context, get context. They have set credentials, get users. I think we're good. KUBECONF. Test go. User hermit is changed. Set user worketh. All right, so I don't have to do the other stuff. What I was going to show though is that like it's not going to clean it up. See that? Hermit's still got other stuff in there. See that? The only way to get rid of that is to delete it. So if we're going to do this, we got to support all of these commands. We can't just support one of them. So we got to add the deletes. We have current context. That is set. Actually, I think, do we have a command just for that? I think we actually do have a command for that. No, we don't. We should actually, because that's a single command. Current context. All right. Current. Yep. kubeconfig test. What do we have use? Set user. Current context. All right. Current context. There are no args for this. Actually, yes, there are. We're just going to pass nil, I guess. Q whatever dot go. Cube context. Out error. Current context. Yeah, we don't need that actually. Yep. out error output foo. All right. I'm going to comment all that out once I get this done, because I don't want to do the extra stuff to write up all the mocks. Set user would further confuse people. Yeah. Yep. They could have done set user and then allowed it to pass all the commands just like all the other ones. But my gripe is the name credentials. Because there's a lot of stuff that you're putting in the user specific field that are not related to credentials. There's an entire extras field that you can put in there. And so yeah, that's my gripe. So it's a user. And or call it auth info or whatever. Just, figure it out before you publish this shit. Load current context, use context, set context. We have to have delete context. I hate to say that, but we actually have to. If we're gonna do this, we have to support all of the major actions. I can't just do half-ass it. So delete so del context. Should use del or delete. Delete context. RM context. Delete's fine. Delete. It's short enough. So yeah. What does delete context let you pass? Does it let you pass other stuff to it? Yep. No, it just says one. We're not passing the rest of the options in, I guess. No, we can do that. We actually should probably do that with everything. I think we need to have all these be the same, because somebody might want to pass in --kubeconfig. There's a bunch of other options they might want to pass in. We need to do that. We need to make it consistent. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so that means we always have to take args on every single thing. Yep. I'm just going to make it consistent. Yeah. Because it would, yeah. Even on the small stuff. It does seem a little bit lame to have to do this, but I need to put that in the docs here. Yeah, I can't forget to do that. All right, so we got to do that. We got to run args by. I mean, even delete context. You think it would be, but we can't, because we have to take in those. We have to be able to allow the other stuff to get passed to the command. Otherwise, we're not going to be a true pass through. Really, all we're doing is vetting the data before we hand it off to the kubectl command. That's it. And frankly, we don't need to vet it that much, other than all the shit with the empty values. That's why we're doing this. All right, so set context is good. kubectl set user is going to take args. If it has the user, go ahead and do it. Configure set credentials. Okay, that's working. Yeah, I think that's all good. So, yeah. And define name. All right, so, yeah, they have to have a name here. It's funny, these are all so similar. I could almost get away from not doing this. Yeah, this is a weird one too, because this one, yeah. Yeah. This one is not passing off all the... It's not passing off all this stuff. Oh, okay, so... I mean, it's just wrapping the command, but it's... The part that people are going to miss is that it's doing a very valuable function of vetting all the command arguments to make sure they're there. Before it passes them on. That's a super important task. Enough to encapsulate the ones that we want to support. So that's why I'm doing it. But I got to do it right if I'm going to do it. Which means that if I pass any map of arguments, I need to convert them all instead of just lid them, which is what I'm doing here. So that means we're going to need to make a command arguments list. In this particular case, we could say a equals append a... Actually, how do you... This is where that Murata or whatever that package library that kubectl uses, this is where combining his map, merging two maps would be really great. So, yeah. Okay, so we're going to append... We have to make an argument list. We could say command... God damn it. String... And then cmd append cmd a dot list, and then this we just call the command cmd All right, can I use cmd variable type string value and argument to run? Enough arguments and call the current context. Yep. All right, so we need to do that same thing here. First, let's fix it, the current context though. So we broke the test, so we have to fix that. Current context. Damn it. What's going on? God damn it. Oh, caps lock. I do that all the time. All right, so current context is not getting the args it wants. What I want to know is what happens if we pass a nil. I wonder if we should support a nil. Yeah. It's like an empty argument list. I wonder if we can get away with a nil. A nil. Can I use foo type string? That's a different problem. Use context. Oh. Name foo. Undefined name, kubectl line 11. Undefined name. Oh. Wait. What am I doing wrong? Undefined name. Runargs is a map, right? I need to make one of them. Oh, wait. I know it's up. So, no, that should work. That should work. Why isn't that working? Oh, it's a string. Fuck. So stupid. Okay. Yep. All right. Tests are all back working again. So we broke everything and then we unbroked it. Current context, use context. Okay, we got to fix use context. Fix me. So same stuff as here. KUBECONFIG, use context. If we don't have a name, die and say, hey, you need to do use context. Otherwise, see, we need a dot. Nice. Name code not used. Aha. 32. Name, use context. Oh, right. Right. We need to delete the name on this one. Yep. Name, delete a name because it'll mess up the commands. I know, it's so stupid. They should have taken it. I don't understand why they didn't. They could have been consistent, but they didn't. Choose to. Okay, so set context is already the proper. Set cluster does the right thing. So user takes args. All right, so everything else is done. I think we're ready for public consumption. In other words, using it in our git login tool. That was the point of doing all that stuff. I'm not going to quite commit it yet till I want to save the PR process a little bit. So do we have any run status changes? Oh, we did. We added listed EQ, yes. Yes, we did. All right, this is a PR that I can probably commit. So let's do that. Let's say git stash, git switch dash C, rx raw add list EQ. Git stash pop git add dash a dot git commit feature add list EQ git push dash u origin rdvxrob listq ghpr create submit ghpr merge. I know I'm bypassing a whole bunch of stuff, but oh well. Submit git pull to get the latest changes. That gets me all of the stuff that I need, plus it triggers a build. So we'll see if we made any problems. All right, so that actually we need to tag a new version. So we need to tag v0.4.0 because we did add a new thing. Tags. All right. So it should be good. Go run is done. KubeConf should be also done. Add kubectl, right? I think, no, we're not completely done. We have to add the rest of the deletes, right? I mean, look, if we're going to add one of them, we got to add all of them. So set user, set user, set user, set user. We have to have full coverage. So let's make a list of all the others we still have to get. Yes. KUBECONFIG help. I'm going to get this list here. All right. So comment those out for a second. We need to have all of these in here before we go. So we need to you know what? Let's put this in the documentation. Doc.go. All right, so Apache Compute had an interaction with Kubernetes configure with read and write operations involving the Kubernetes configuration and involving Kubernetes configuration. Complicated. Official Kubernetes configuration kubeconfig design handles provides safe read and write operations involving the complicated official Kubernetes configuration design. And often buggy official Kubernetes version design as used in the kubectl-config command. Load provides consistent configuration data comparable I don't know. Provides only access to configuration data combined appropriately from several possible origins per kubeconfig. I don't know what's up with my stuff is messing up. Configuration data combined appropriately from several possible origins for kubeconfig. This is the only appropriate way of handling combinations, some split across multiple files. Let me put that in there. Okay. There is a significant difference between the output of, God damn it, of kubectl config view and the official api.config object that results. I just want to be done. I seriously, I want to ride my bike. The vowels are taken from. No, that's not even true anymore. In addition to read functionality from load, writing and updating configuration values is handled in the only safe way by using the kubectl command itself. Unfortunately, the following It's gonna be a while. What is confusing? What I'm doing or how I'm doing it? They're both confusing. Unfortunately, not all of the actions. Yeah. Unfortunately, not all of the actions by config behave in a consistent manner. Some make modifications and deletions to other fields as a side effect, while others will happily accept empty values and remove and overwrite them with blanks. Okay, so ways that kubectl have behave in a consistent manner, some make modification deletions as side effects. It is never safe to change any value by accessing that file directly unless api.config .thar.location of origin is observed. It is usually better to just call the equivalent using kubectl-config. Never assume home kube config is the only configuration file. Okay. All right. Yeah, I see these errors in code all over the fuck. Some gnarly terrain. Oh man, that sounds fun. I'm jealous. I know I didn't get to really do much today. Never assume kubeconf only contains a single path. Yeah. Let's see. All right. From load, writing and updating configuration values is handled the only safe way possible by using a kubectl command itself. Not all of the actions supported by kubectl config behave as a consistent manner. Some make modifications to delete other fields as side effects, while others still happily accept empty values and overwrite them with blanks. This risk is reduced by using one of the following encapsulating functions. So we'll say displays the current context. Which all take a run.args, which will be expanded into a long form getup style arguments. Allowing any option to kubectl to be passed through. Okay, so delete cluster, delete context. So to pass an empty value explicitly, add it to run.args. Omit it if omit it if not, rather than pass the argument with as an empty string and potentially clobber existing values. God, I'm so close. Text. Delete the specified context from the kubeconfig. See, it doesn't say which kubeconfig though. It just says kubeconfig. It's like, okay, these are the ones we have to add still. We don't have them all. God damn it. Delete specified from kubeconfig. Nobody even knows what users are. It's like auth info. It doesn't even tell them what that stuff is. It's so stupid. And that's that's the biggest problem with Kubernetes, is it's so horribly documented, and it's such a mess that it's so hard for people coming into it to even know what the hell is going on. It could have been a lot better. It's really sad. But it totally got rushed to market. And then it's so old. Rename context. It's, yeah, at this point it's like, hey, let's just call it out, but let me think about this for a second. I don't need any of this. I ended up adding it all to the run library that I needed. Yeah, look, I can already see it now. I can see the pattern now. So, hey Jaguar. Yeah, I'm starting to realize, and I don't have no sunk cost fallacy here. So these things are all well, I mean, because they're all the same. The functions are all the same. Look at them. They're all the same, right? No. I need to encapsulate them because the name ones need to be sure there's a name. Yeah. What I'm wondering is if I could have just called this. No, it's ugly. It's ugly. No, okay, fine. This is actually needed. It is needed. It is, because it's going to make it so much cleaner in the caller. I mean, like really clean. So we'll go ahead and keep it. Anyway, some of these are kind of trivial, but maybe this again. Package kubeconf provides safe read and write operations involving a complicated and often buggy official Kubernetes configuration kubeconfig. As let's see. The load function. The load function provides read-only access to configuration data combined appropriately from several possible origins per kubeconfig into a single API.config object struct. The same used by kubectl itself. This is the only appropriate way of handling many possible combinations, some split across multiple. Some, such as contexts, can reference multiple files in a single entry. Note that there is a significant difference between the output of kubectl-login and the official API directories itself. Use the kubectl, install the kubectl-kubeconf plugin in the CMD subpackage. To view this data as JSON directly. And that's what I'm talking about here. So we do I made this the other day, kubeconfig, kubeconf JQ, boom, there's all the data. This is exactly the view of the universe that kubeconfig has. It's so much better than config view-JSON. This is shit comparison. It's not even the right structure. Redacted, data omitted. It's totally horrible. This is the real thing. This is what kubectl is actually using. All right, so that's all in there. In addition to read functionality from load, writing and updating configuration values. Writing and updating configuration values is handled in the only safe way possible by using the kubectl command itself. Unfortunately, not all of the actions supported by kubectl behave in a consistent manner. Some make modifications and deletions to other fields as side effects, while others happily accept empty values and override override good values with blanks. This risk is reduced by using one of the following encapsulated functions, which all take a run.args map, which is expanded into long-form getup style arguments with equal signs. Yeah. Allowing any option to kubectl to be passed through. To pass an empty value explicitly set it to an empty string in run.args. Omit if otherwise. Omit any argument keys, any unwanted argument keys. The thing that we need to do, though, is we're going to have to make a filter on that, because it's another runtime ad, because sometimes if somebody passes an empty, you don't want to set it, right? But if they do set it, there are different conditions, so we need to be able to scrub that. I can see a case where we're going to have to scrub that value. Yeah. That's going to have to be a runtime edition, though. A running package edition. So instead of having list-EQ, we need to have like list-EQ filter or something. It's kind of a functional thing, but we need to have it. We need to have a filter. Yeah. We could actually. Yeah. I don't know. We may have to have a filter dot something. Yeah, which is expanded long form with equal signs throwing around objects as it's pass an empty value explicitly set it to an empty string in run args. Otherwise, omit any unwanted argument keys. So the reason I'm hesitating is because there's a couple cases where we're going to want to we have to decide whether we want to blow away existing data values there. And so once again, context, for example, we went to a lot of trouble to pass it in as it is, but if those values aren't there, I mean, I think we're fine. I don't know. Let's try it. We'll just keep going. So, current user 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it has to be 4. I do. I think it has to be. Wait. What? Oopsie. All right, so delete context, current config file, set. Sets an individual config file, yeah. God, look at this. They didn't even put commas on the end of everything. Or periods. They're like, I don't know, man. Are we going to put periods? I just wish they'd be consistent, man. I just wish they'd be consistent. Sets a cluster entry. It's actually updates a cluster entry. Yeah. This one is set user. Unsets an individual. Use context. The problem with this is an unset is that a set is probably finding the value where it exists in whatever file it's in. Dude, that's some seriously weird code. So we don't do view at all. Yeah, we're not doing view. Note that. Okay. All right. So how many of these we got? Let's get them all in here. So current context. Let's put them in order, shall we? kubeconfig.go. Current context. So load is kind of like the last one. I think that's the last one. Let's go because that takes the place of view. We'll put that down here. We need current context. Comp. Let's go look at this. No, let's look at the doc again. All right, so let's keep that list up. Current context. Okay, current context is in the house. What next? Delete cluster. We want them to be listed alphabetically, I wonder. I'm gonna move these around. I'm gonna move them around. So current context. use context, set context, delete context, clusters, get cluster, set cluster, get clusters, delete cluster, users, oh damn, get contexts, get user, delete user, get context, set context, delete context. Wait, current context, get context, use context, set context, delete context. All right, set cluster, get clusters, delete cluster, users, get users, delete users, set credentials. Do you see how stupid this is now? So that is the organization of the commands. Yeah. I mean, that tells them what they're dealing with. Okay, current context. Current context, get context. Where's get context? Do we not have a get context? Actually, we don't need a get context. You know what I mean? Because it's already, if we load it, we get it already. Yep. So, yep. All right. So, note that the get actions and the get and view actions have been omitted in favor of using the load function to get the full data. All right. So get context is out. Get clusters is out. Get users is out. And set and unset are still there. Okay, so you set cluster, user context. I go to the top again. So current context, use context, set context, and then what? Delete context? Rename context. Okay, we need rename context. I didn't know that was a thing. That should be an easy one though. Yeah, we just copy this guy here. Yeah. So, was it set, rename, delete, set? Rename. Okay, so it has to have, yeah. I know I'm doing this. I'm sorry, I'm doing it anyway. New. So name, and we also have to have the old name, right? New. It's not empty. New and old arguments under args fields to be set. Okay, so if we don't have that, we can delete new, and delete old. I mean, I have to do this. It's dirty work, but whatever. All right, so new, old name, delete old. We have to delete it from the map because we want to pass the rest of the arguments straight through, and those are not actual arguments. So, I honestly, I don't know what the arguments are to that. Okay, config, rename, context, -h. Context name, new name. So, there are no arguments. Old name, new name. Yep, so... rename context, old, new, rename, config, rename context, old, new. And send the rest of the arguments through. One of the important things that's going to pass through is the --kubeconfig argument if they pass it, which is really good because I was afraid I was going to have to throw that out. I don't have to anymore. This completely accepts that. So it's really good news to me. Yeah. So, but yet we can do the validation up front to make sure things are good and give healthy errors and stuff. So, it's old. Wait. Delete a. Wait, where's the new one? Oh, this one's new. Has new. Wait, that says new. This is has old. Old. Old must not be empty. Delete old. Gives you an old and new. New is a reserve word. I might not be able to use it. Yeah, it is. I mean, old. All right. That should work. All right, so rename is done. We should test it real quick. Test the rename thing. Where is use? Here we go. Rename. Context args. Old. Foo. New. Bar. Which. Wiki. What? What did I do wrong? What the hell? What did I do wrong? Must have broke something else. Level set context. Oh. There we go. All right, so name must not be empty. Ample rename context. Okay, so oh. What did I check for? Did I do it wrong? Must have. All right. Rename. New has new. New name must not be empty. Name must not be empty. We're getting the wrong stuff. We're getting the wrong stuff. Name must not be empty. Switch to context fill. Oh, I know. Yeah. God damn it. Rename. That's what we want. Yep. Pass. Actually, that's going to fail because there was no bar. No, I'm working. I worked so many extra hours. I'm not charging for them. I'm doing shit that needs to be done that I would have a hard time. They would not justify it. So it's kind of like, sometimes this is how the tech world works, right? Sometimes you know it's the right thing, and so you end up putting your own hours in because you know it's the right thing to do. And I don't know. There's a bunch of, sometimes when you're in the tech world, there's stuff that you know needs to be done, but it would be just an uphill battle, and it would be a fight to get people to approve it. So you end up putting extra hours in because you know that's the right thing to do. And it's a real danger. I don't know if you saw, but I put on a lot of weight this week. I've been drinking a lot of alcohol. I've been really stressed. I haven't exercised because I'm putting extra hours of overtime and not getting paid for it. Because I know it's the right thing to do, and I want to have this for myself, and so, you know what I mean? This is particularly true for those who do open source development. The whole don't get mad, get busy thing, right? Well, I mean, here, what time is it? I don't even know what time it is. It's 10:30 already? Fuck. Oh my God. I thought it was not as late as that. Believe it or not, though, this is going to really be good when it's done. We're getting closer. So we're just encapsulating the main and write commands so that they're now safe. So we can actually do it reliably. Rename. We have delete context already encapsulated. People will say, "Oh, you just call it kubectl direct," and I'm like, "Go for it. Watch what happens." It works for me. I'm like, no, it really doesn't. You just don't know yet. Yeah, wait till that developer opens a ticket, because your little nice tool that you had just blew away all their configuration files that they had in this beautiful multi-file configuration. Better hope they have them saved in Git. Yeah, I guarantee you there are people that are writing tools to do what I'm doing that do it completely wrong, and there's at least one case of a developer blowing the shit out of all their kubeconfig files on accident because the tool that they thought that enterprise gave them to use their plugin was totally fucked up. And so, yeah. You're doing good. Is it bad, especially to wife? Yeah, well, yeah, I did have one with her. It was fun. I got to get on to this, though. All right, so what is the stuff we're doing? So we have current, use, set, rename, and delete context. Let me make sure those are all there, because we're very close to being done with this stupid fucking library. Current. So current, use, set, rename, delete. All right, so now we need set cluster, and we should have a delete cluster. Let's go do the delete user. It's the same thing. The cluster context says these are virtually the same. Cluster. Yep. Okay. Delete context, delete cluster. Set cluster. Set cluster, delete cluster. Set cluster, delete cluster. Wait, you already have this? Oh, only the same. All right. Delete cluster. Calls kubectl delete cluster. Name must not be empty. Delete cluster, that's nothing. Rename context died somehow? What the hell? Why? Oh, right. I have to turn that one off actually. Because it's always going to be wrong because I can't toggle back and forth. That did what it needed to, so turn that off for now. Tests are just a tool. They're not designed to be. All right, so delete cluster. Actually, let's try delete cluster. Delete. Delete. Do we have any other deletes? Do we have delete context? Oh, we don't. No, we don't. All right, so nothing. Out, error. This stuff is the same as here. Equals kubeconf dot cluster m dot no run dot arg args foo actually bar name bar exit want nothing. Yeah, so it's actually probably gone now. Yep, no, bar is still there. Wait, there never was a cluster name bar. How about F cluster? Damn. Oh my God. You realize what we have to do? This is one of those cases because if they delete a cluster reference and it's still in the context, do we delete it from the context reference? Or do we allow them to add back a cluster later from some other location and still refer to it with this dangling broken pointer from the context entry? Its design is shit. Oh, it's so fucking bad. Because check it. So if I do kubeconf and I send it over and I grab the clusters, here's all the clusters. There's not going to be an F cluster. See? There's an F cluster entry that's dangling and broken in the context entry, but there is no cluster in the cluster config anywhere in any configuration that matches it. So we have to make a decision about the removal of a cluster. Should it propagate? Should it, it's like the people who wrote this tried to make this like pseudo database model for all of kubeconfig without the fucking database. So they didn't do things like triggering cascade deletes or removing the pointers. So they're basically, you have a big old dangling pointer to F cluster. And so you have to ask yourself, if you're going to call delete cluster, the behavior of delete cluster directly is not going to delete the entry from the context. It's not. And you know what? That's the expected behavior. So I am not going to make up for their bullshit design. I'm just going to document their bullshit design. And put it... Same with the other users too. I'm gonna put this as a warning in the package. Actually, this is just pisses me off so bad. It's such shit. Okay, so how do we put this? We put it here. Like data fields. Removing. Let's see. Removing a cluster user. A cluster or user. Removing a cluster or user does not remove their names from contexts. That's it. Pointing to them. So the presumed behavior, I like functional programming. Yeah, it's easier to test and everything when you can pull it off. So removing a cluster or user does not remove their names from context pointing to them. This is the expected behavior for kubectl, but may cause confusion with login plugins and such when the cluster entry is when the associated cluster entry is not found. So that means the callers of it, if they're removing a cluster, they should decide if they want to explicitly pass empty values to the context, or if they, it's just such a fucking cluster fuck is what it is. Seriously, I kind of want to get off of the Kubernetes work I'm doing, like entirely. Like I kind of want to just put Kubernetes aside. I'm sure that there's something else that is, whatever, it's like a fish in the fire pan kind of thing. I would end up doing something else and it'll be just as crap. You can't escape bad code. It's just, you can't escape it. So, you just got to accept it and try to make the best of it. And I keep thinking it's going to be better someplace else, but it's really about the team that I have now that understands being pedantic like I am being is actually the way to do this. Yeah, anyway, so okay, what else we got? Back to getting back on the point here. All right, so we got our delete context, we got set cluster and delete cluster now, right? I think, maybe not. Oh, whoops. Delete cluster, do we have that? All right, set cluster, delete cluster. And then we need set user. We need set user and delete user. Yeah, set credentials and delete user. Set user. Set user calls kubectl, set credentials. only the name argument must be zero length. All others will be ignored if empty. CQCL set credentials help for more. Note that changing the type of credential from token to auth provider might leave residual fields in the configuration. In such cases, calling delete user should be done first before creating a new one with set user. Because that's what it does. It doesn't just set it, it creates a new one. Note that the terms user credentials and auth info are frequently used synonymously in Kubernetes documentation. Also note that unlike other applications, the user.token is an ID access token and not an access token. Also note that unlike other applications, Kubernetes uses the user.token for access. The ID access bearer token value let's see, instead of access token. All right. You know, Kube context doesn't do that. I wish it did. I wish it did. What I'm trying to do is safely load. Kube context is a binary, right? That has to be installed. It's a totally different thing. As far as I know, right? Plus, int whatever made that. I don't like it. Faster way to switch between clusters. Nope, that's not it. What we're trying to do, honestly, is make safe changes to your kube configuration programmatically. And you can't do it. So, yep. And that's the bottom line. I mean, if you haven't seen it yet, here, let me show you. So I have a plugin that will throw out everything in the api.config object that is the same object using the same rules as kubectl. And I mean everything. It's like, it's wonderful. I love it. So this is the data that is the aggregate combination of all possible kubeconfig files based on everything that kubeconfig sees. So when you do kubeconfig -- help and you read that the rules say that the values of kubeconfig are the combination of the kubeconfig flag is definitive. That's the only file to be loaded. If the kubeconfig environment variable, use it as a list of paths separated by whatever the system is, colon or semicolon, and then combine all of those in order of priority with this very complex rule right here. When the value is modified, it is modified if the file that defines it, and when the file is created, it is created in the first file that exists. But this is bullshit. This is actually bullshit. I know it is because I've tested it. I should probably answer this. Give me a second. that do it. So yes, just to restate, I am making a package that encapsulates kubeconfig that uses the standard stuff. This is the only way. I know it looks like it's a short line, but this line took me 3 days to find. This is the only way to load an API config object that is compatible with kubectl using the same loading rules that kubectl does. And they are extremely weird and broken. For example, if you have multiple files in your kubeconfig and the file doesn't have anything in it, even if the file exists, it will not be used. So if you touch a file and you forget to put an actual stanza in it or something, a YAML definition in it, and you just know that you're going to use it eventually, it's a very edgy case, but still, then it will actually update. If it finds it, it'll update it in the last one that it finds. It doesn't add it to the new ones. So the problem is that the entire design of kubectl is totally screwed up. The entire design of kubeconfig is totally screwed up. And the other part of this is that nobody knows that, and that in order to do this properly, you have to do it in an equally screwed up manner. So therefore, I need a package to try to make sense of this and at least document all of the caveats and gotchas and side cases. And I mean, for example, if you add a root CA to your credentials section, it automatically blows out the other fields because it assumes that they need to be there. But under the context or the user auth section, it doesn't behave like that. Like for example, the auth section, if you add an access token, it doesn't blow away the OIDC auth entries, which it should do because they're mutually exclusive, but it doesn't do that. It does it in the cluster section, but not that section. So the rules surrounding how the kubectl program deals with the config files are a disaster. They are so bad. So the best possible thing I can do so that I can move on, it was a small task and now it's just a Herculean piece of crap. The best possible thing I can do is encapsulate all that bullshit in one package that describes and gets around all of those bugs. And then as those bugs are fixed, maybe I can actually do the right thing, you know, and I can like call into that thing, but that doesn't exist currently. And it never will because the kubectl program is not getting any love from anybody. You know, I'm going to prove it. Go read the official documentation on it. It's full of to-dos that have been there for 10 years and nobody wants to work on it. So we all have to suffer through it. And I don't want to dive into the whole thing. I'd rather spend the time fixing the existing bugs that are never going away than wrapping and accounting for them and documenting them. And if somebody wants to make this library go away, fine, but they don't. It's just, anyway. So if I sound upset, it's because I am really upset that I've had to blow so much of my life and my own time on my own time. I can't even build this shit because of the bullshit that Kubernetes did when they released this instead of writing actual code. And it makes me very, very angry because I don't want to make up for this bullshit. And anyway, I've been coding since I woke up today. Again, I blew up my entire weekend, my entire Friday. I wasn't able to go biking. I can't even talk to my son stuff. And this thing, they want this plugin finished tomorrow, and I can't do it because of the fucking shit code in Kubernetes. And if you don't believe me, go watch the last 3 weeks of videos to justify that statement. Because I know I'm going to have to defend my decisions to do all of this. Why are you encapsulating the kubeconfig file? Why not just call kubectl config directly? Why not call a view command? And I have to justify every fucking decision and take them through the whole thing. And it's very, very taxing. I'm getting very frustrated. I'm not frustrated. It's just busy work, and I just don't want to do it. I want to relax. I want to do something fun. Running libraries to wrap bullshit interfaces, and you end up dealing with all the bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, and you don't get any credit for it. No, you just cover up the bullshit, right? I actually did this. I covered the entire GPG binary in something like 2,000 lines of Perl code when I was at IBM, because you could not. There was no. When I saw this guy, what 2001, 2002. When I saw I mean, the official way to deal with anything with GPG was always to use the binary because it was secured. libGPG was no good. There was no C library. There was definitely nothing else in any other language. So when I came to Go, and Go had a built-in OpenPGP enterprise-grade library for dealing with all of the GPG stuff, I shouted hallelujah and ran down the streets half naked because I was so happy that I could actually stop encapsulating bullshit commands, because that was the only officially supported way to get to the thing. And I wish I had that code. I wish frankly, it's all defunct code now, because seriously, it was basically me wrapping the GPG binary in a Perl library so that people could actually call into a Perl library and reliably invoke GPG with all its caveats and broken shit. And that's exactly what I'm doing here. And every time you have to write shit like this, there's no getting around it. It's not fun. You don't get any credit for it. Everybody gives you shit because you had to make it, and unless they go through. And by the way, the people who have to fight with the kubeconfig files, I'll be their savior. I'll be their like hero. They'll see this and like, oh my God, somebody's dealt with all this shit already. To those people, they'll actually appreciate it. But to most people, they're like, oh, I'm just going to call into the kubectl command. I'm just going to make a change. I'm just going to load up the JSON. I'm just going to use the YAML library and modify, home kubeconfig. Because I mean, if they have, I tried to do that when I first did this. I said, fine, I'm just going to put huge warnings that say that it's stupid to put it in multiple configuration files, and you should just use one, which is officially against what the kubectl-config command says. I said, fine, this particular plugin assumes a sane use of kubeconfig. That means if you use kubeconfig as an environment variable, you only have one thing in it. You don't have a list path with colons and context spread all over creation and everything. And number two, if you don't have a kubeconfig, it's going to look in your standard home directory, period. 99% of the people that use kubectl follow that convention. It's the 1% of the people who have multiple path list entries in their kubeconfig that fuck everybody else up and allow what they should do is they should put their foot in the sand, and they should say, we're going to make a breaking kubectl change. We're going to change the environment variable to have to point to a single file, period. Or you can point to this other thing. Instead, they have like 5 or 20 different options. It's like, oh, hey, yeah. It's like flexibility. It's like, no. Sorry. It's just making me angry because I want to be done. I want to play Witcher. I want to go ride my bike. I want to do whatever. I might take tomorrow off actually, because this is just so pissed off. I should probably take a break. You guys have just been hearing me complain. I don't want you to just hear me complain. I want you to hear me talk and work and stuff, and I'll start working. Okay, we're very close to done with this library. We have set user, and I think we need delete user is the only one, right? So we have set credentials, like dumb shit like this, like set credentials when it's actually set user everywhere else. So, all right, so let's do that one. So here we have set user. We don't have a delete user yet. Am I close to done? I'm done with this package, but I have like 3 different packages that I have to use before I get to the login plugin that I actually already finished once. But now I'm using the official Kubernetes code, which has pushed out this task like by a week. If I had just made my own structs and everything, it would have been fine. But then I wouldn't have been doing it right. I was doing it wrongly. I was assuming that it was, if somebody provides a context, I have to grab the cluster reference from the context. I can't assume that the context is this, the cluster name is the same in the context is the same name as the context name. That's a huge mistake that people make all the time. You can never assume that the name of most people will have inf, auth info, imp here. The thing that's always weird is like, why is this auth info, this user interest? Why is that a name, right? This is actually the name of a way of getting credentials for that specific thing. So the name user doesn't even apply, and it never has. It's not a user. This is the place you go to authenticate, right? And if it were a user, it would be RDBX Rob or whatever. And then it doesn't even, this context information doesn't have anything about what identity you're using. right? It says, no, I just want to authenticate using if. Now, I could make it actually. No, you can't do that. No, you can't do that because you need more than one infantry. So let's say, really what I should put here would be something like RWX rob-inf. And it would be the user on that particular cluster. The whole domain model for the context thing is totally cluster fucked. It's totally screwed up because it's not even a valid domain model. It's like, what are you trying to represent here? Yeah. So this throws people like crazy. What the hell is auth info and why is it all the same? They have no idea why. People have no idea why. And if you like mix it up, which no one does, but if you did, you'd be even more messed up. So, do you take on what people have decided to do out of simplicity, or you actually do the right thing and do what it says it's doing, and that's what I'm struggling with. So set user, we need delete user now. Where's my delete context? There we go. I'm just gonna copy this to delete user. Delete user. Delete user. It's not really. It's technically auth info. People are shooting fireworks outside. What's going on? Is it fireworks time? Why are people shooting fireworks? That's weird. Why are they shooting off fireworks? Now this delete user one is super important though, because that is the one that I told you about. So let me show you. So the user section is totally fucked up. If it's also the most complex. On this crunch this weekend. Well, yeah, because this entire plugin is supposed to be done. It was supposed to be done on Friday, and so all this extra shit I'm hitting in Kubernetes is pushing me back, and I'm not going to make my timeline, and I got to finish it. They're not going to care about me doing it for Kubernetes, so So here we go. Somebody's shooting fireworks off for some fucking reason. What's going on? Is it like Juneteenth? There's no fireworks on Juneteenth. That already happened, right? So maybe they're getting ready for 4th of July. I don't know. There's like, seriously, like there's like, they're shooting mortars off. My dog's going to be freaking out. All right, look at this right here. So see this user intersection? Everybody's looking at these like, wait, what? How do you pull that off? You don't have any OIDC entries. Because we're not. We're using access tokens or bearer tokens. Strictly speaking, we're using ID, which we also shouldn't be doing. That's totally broken too. Anyway, username blah, right? So we have this empty user here, right? Look at this one here. User token, my bearer token, right? Look at this one here. User token, user Herman. So blah is a user but doesn't have any information. But if I add information, it'll still be kept unless I delete it. So like if I say I think if I say this, if I say like other thing, oh my god, big time. They're shooting off like major fireworks outside right now. Like literally in front of our place. Anyway, watch. So if I do get, if I change it, so if I log in with it and I change the token, it won't get rid of the token. It'll keep all the data there. So I have to delete it. So let's do that. We need example, current context. Set user, set cluster, we need delete cluster. I'm going to try this to see if it works. Delete user, name, blah. Actually, yeah. No, that's what we want actually. So let's try that one. Delete cluster. We wanted nothing. What did we get? Did it delete it though? Let's go check. Yep, it deleted it. See it? It deleted it. It got rid of it. All right, so that worked. I think we're almost done. So delete user, delete cluster. Set credentials, set cluster, delete cluster, set credentials. We got that, delete cluster. So set and unset, which is this is the only way you can safely set values that are customized and individual in the YAML file. If you modify the YAML file directly, you'll get fucked. Especially if you put the equivalent values in two different places. And there's some sort of authoring to it as well that doesn't allow that. So I'm just going to ubiquitously kind of wrap that stuff, and that's going to be the last thing that we do. So yeah, set user, and then we'll do an unset. Actually, let's use set and unset. All right, so let's do set calls kubeconfig set only the name. Arget must be on zero length. Actually, let's go see the documentation for this, shall we? Kconfig set dash home. Help. All right, so we've got set raw bytes. That's false. I mean, yeah. Set context my context cluster to my cluster. So this is, yeah. This is like the only way into a particular thing. Config set cluster. Yep. They must have bailed and said, hey, just use this to change anything. Sets an individual value to cube file. Property value. So is a binary field such as certificate authority data. Expect a base 64 encoded string unless set blah 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 is used. So certificate authority data on customer. Yeah. Set users, cluster admin key, client key data, kubectl config, set property value, property name, property value. All right, so we're just going to do name and value. As name, as value. Yep. All right, and then we'll be done. We'll be done with this. Now we can finish the plugin, and then I can be completely done. Thank God. Name, val. I'm gonna put key. Let's see. Let's go so that only the key argument must be on zero length. Others will ignore. Secure set. Help for more. Note that change the type of credential. Nope, don't have that anymore. Note that's all right. So, yeah. So set user. So we're gonna do key here. Key. Should we change the name? Name. All right. Name and val. This is a value. A value, I guess. I don't like it either, but it's the only thing generic enough. I mean, we should be able to pass 2 arguments, but again, we want to be able to pass through any additional arguments that they may put on the command line. So that's why we're doing it this way. I know it seems weird, but it's the only safe way to do it. Value, we have set name, comma value. Actually, no, we need to build a command arguments list. You know what? And we didn't do that here either. God damn it. The whole point of taking any arguments is just passing a command string. God damn it. 1, 2, 3. This one has to be changed. Yep. CMD equals append CMD. And we want config delete username out all. Yeah, I think that's the only one. Actually, we probably don't need out all. I think we could just use out. Yeah, anyway. It's actually, there's no such thing as delete credentials. It's, I think it's delete user. Yeah. As I said. So it's delete user. I'm going to run this command. And the reason we need to do this is because we have to pass all the other possible commands in. That's what this is. So, all right, so pass in the name. Let me see if I got the rest right. Delete cluster name. This is the same problem right here. God damn it. I don't even know if I need a combined output there. I think I could just pull. I think I could just return this. Return out. Run commands. Set command. Wait a second. Out just takes, I could just do this instead. Yeah. I'm gonna have to repeat all this. Command. All right, so that's gonna work. Yeah. 128. Yep. Yeah, we can fix this one too. We don't have more than one command. We actually added support for that, but we don't have need for that anymore because we're not doing the delete right before it. That's going to be something from the caller. Yeah. So set. We're going to change this to set. I think let's use a name. We're going to be 0. Note that an empty value will still be set as empty. Okay, so unfortunately, there is no way to delete There's literally no way to delete a specific value from the interface using this method. I mean, it's just that bad. So check it. So kubectl-config delete no -h. So there's unset. Okay, maybe unset will do it. Let's see. Maybe that totally wipes it out. Unset namespace of food context. Doesn't owner name where each token represents either attribute name or the map. Map keys are map or a map key. Map keys may not contain dots. All right, so so it's unset. So we have it. We have it. Okay, so we have a value and a name. It's not empty. Combine these. And we don't need that. We can return this too now. Return out, run commands. Command, and we're gonna spread it out. All right, so that is good. Set, now we need unset. Unset is, just takes one value, right? So unset unset let's see, yeah. Okay, so kubectl config setup. God damn it. Did I do it wrong up here? I did. Which is probably wrong up here too. Set name. Why isn't it dropping the name? Delete user. We need to drop name from the thing. Okay. Delete the username. Set username. Has value. Delete a value. Delete name and value. Set. We need to delete them from the arguments list so the rest of the arguments are combined together in long form arguments. Unset calls kubectl unset. Name is one. We just needs to change. Wait, we already have set. So this is unset. Unset. And we need the name. We don't need the value. Unset name. And we'll execute that command and pass through the other command arguments. And I think we're done with that part. So unset and set. Yep. Just got to finish our test case code. See, get it to work at least once. So we have some errors here. What's up? I don't know if return values. Okay, yeah. So the yeah. On 29. I think, oh, out error is what we want. Yeah. Run dot out error. Where's the other one? There we go. Out error. Out error. Error. No, we never needed that. This is a broken one. Okie dokie. There we go. That's better. Return. Okay, this one doesn't do the combination either. God damn it. Didn't we already do that? Do. I'm sorry to say that this is the job, my friends. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sirree. Samples the cluster. Okay, that cluster's already gone. All right, I gotta go vet this one more time. Okay. Yes. It almost makes me think they should be forced to do one specific thing. Close command. This is broken. Yep. Command context. What was this before? Set. All right. Set context. This goes to say change run to return. Change this to error. Change this to ... And okay, we're getting good. We're getting here. Okay, rename context. Same old problem. We have a new and an old. We delete them. Did we delete the other one? Yeah, okay. And everything here looks good. Rename context. Okay. Delete context. This is a fail. How? I thought we fixed these. Oh my god. I could have swore we fixed these. I could have sworn that we did. Delete context name. Out error. Should be fine. Delete context. Did I get that right? Has to be delete context. Yep. Set cluster. Yep. Delete cluster. Yep. Set user name. Set credentials name. Yeah, that's so important because the rest we're going to pass -- token to that, and that's an optional credential. I mean an optional argument. Delete user. They must not be a thing. Okay, delete user. That's done. Set. Let's give config set. If the value, it must be empty. Has name. Delete the name value. Pass the value. We delete the value and pass it. And they set value. Yes. Okay, that's good. And unset. Okay. Oops. That's a mistake. Okay, there we got that. Delete the name. kubectl-config unset. Command offers this here. Yeah. Okay. All right. So the rest of these errors I hear are expected actually because they are trying to delete things that are already gone because the test ran and successfully. So I suspect those tests are all good. I mean, to be fair, we should probably do we should probably do a set and an unset just to be sure. Frankly, I need to see what sets and unsets actually do if it's a value that's not supported. Let me give you a sense of that. So like if we do kconfig set some value, it doesn't know where to put it. So, but if we do enable to parse sum after blah blah at API config. So if we do sum value, can't do it. If I do user to some value, no. If I do user dot token, set so it has to be a thing that exists, is what I'm trying to say. So there we go. What is it? User dot, there's no completion. I wish there was. Set, oh, it's users. Users dot user. Users dot user some dot token blah. Oh wow, it actually did it. That's cool. So kconfig. So you can't even look the value up though. Because you got to do get user. And all you can get is the users. You can't get a specific user. See, and I just made a user.sum. Yeah. I actually made a user.sum as opposed to having it see it under that thing. Yeah, unset users.user.sum. It's such a broken program. I mean, all you can do is laugh at this point. It's so crazy. It's just so broken, man. I know. What are you gonna do? You know, it's just so freaking broken. You shouldn't be messing with anything in the file anyway, unless it's one of those standard values. And even those values are not all supported. You still need to know what they are. So, but in order to be fully compliant, I gotta support it. So I support it. It actually worked. Let's actually try it using this method. So kubeconf test. Let's do a set. Yeah. Example set. Just set. Example set. So set, and we want the name to be users dot user dot bill my token. I mean, it should work. This should work. It should say bill set. Go to, wait. Yeah, that should work. Example set. Value must not be empty. Oh, how did I pass that? Oh, whoopsie. Whoopsie daisy. Well, let's see here. So, build out token. That's what we have to have. I'm super curious to see what it does. Yeah. Oh, damn. It worked. It worked. Property users.user build a token set. User bill set. What does it look like though? Oh my god. It made user dot bill. It made a new one.
My bear token. It made a user.bill. What if I did? It's so fucked up. What if I did this? What if I did? Is it gonna know the user's bill is a thing? You know what I think? Oh my god! I just realized something. This set is doing the interpretation against the map and not the named list. So, oh damn, that is like so broken. That is like wildly broken. Yeah, they don't even know it's broken. They don't. Look. Yeah. It's some Cloudtown Fiesta or shit. Oh my god, I know. So this is the one that was left over, and that's the one I just set. I just set Bill. So if you do users dot name, the actual name I did dot bill, it set the name, it unmapped it to a named item in the list and set it to the right thing. So it's doing what it's supposed to, but that is so weird. Yeah. So yeah, okay, so let's actually delete a user now because I got that in there. So let's do that. Let's do unset. I mean, let's try unset, see if it works. Unset. So we want to unset my bearer token. We want to unset build token. Go to, oops, what? Unset. Oh, I forgot this. Oh, test. All right, so that looks like it worked. Yep. No, it didn't. Oh, yes, it did. Oh, no, it didn't. Look, my bearer token is still there. It doesn't do it. It doesn't do it because it's a user section. Oh my god. I hope I'm wrong on this. This is so fucking broken. I cannot even tell you. Oh, wait. It's still supposed to take a name. Wait. Did it not work? Maybe because the test happened after the other one. Oh, wait. It didn't even run. It did not. Wait. Why didn't it run? User bill set. I've got a problem. I have to isolate the test because it's. I think it's getting set out of order. I think that's what's happening. Yes. So user bill set property users build a token set. All right, did it get rid of it? No, it didn't. Still there. It didn't get rid of it. It's so broken. Oh my god, it's so broken. I know. I can't even begin to tell you how broken this is. And here I'm saying the only way to safely set values is with the program. It's bullshit. You can't even set values with the program because the program's so fucking broken. You don't think example instead is running? You might be right. You might be right. I hope you're right. Can I just say I hope to God you're right. Let's see. kubectl-config unset name. Let me just try it. So can I do config unset users.bill.token. Oh, it did it. All right, that's good. That's good. Sharpen your, oh my God, I don't know about that. There's not much Go going on here, but I mean, this is just co-working. I wouldn't put anybody through this shit. If you want to sit next to me and suffer along while you're suffering along and have, mutual suffering, then fine. I've only had some wine and I'm not, yeah. I'm so close to being done though. To done with all of this. The thing that's so cool about this is the final code that'll go into the actual kubectl-login thing. It's going to be a lot shorter and more accurate. Example and set doesn't have an output comment. Oh, doesn't it? Did I not? Good catch. Good catch, Kev. Fantastic catch there. Thank you for catching that. I don't know why I didn't do that. I must have done a paragraph grab instead of a function grab. Thank you so much for catching that. That makes me feel so much better. Yep. So on set, yeah, that really helped. Seriously, that like really helped. So now we can do this. We can say, put that there. Proper users build token set. Go test. Yeah, did I get it? Almost. That's delete user. Those clusters are already gone, so you kind of have to add one before you can delete it. So I assume the test is working now. So let's, yeah. You know something? What? Oh, the output? Oh yeah, those are definitely do. That's an example-based test. It's a really common mistake. Another thing is if you drop the colon. I can't tell you how many times I forgot to put the colon on. I was like, what the hell? And because it uses reflection to do it. It's pretty smart stuff. I don't like reflection, but for this kind of thing, hell yeah, that's like really nice. I'm going to call this a day. I think we are close enough to having this stuff all done that I can actually let it loose for the rest of the stuff that I have to do today, which is actually integrate all of this stuff so that I can call it kubeconfig safely to change my values. I'm going to comment all of that stuff out. Oh no, somebody else has already commented out. Here we go. I want these tests around in case I want to use them later, but I don't want them to break my test code. They're very highly customized to my environment, and I would have to, have a kubectl environment installed and all that stuff. I'm going to do a true mock-up of all this test code here, so I don't really want to do that right now. I just want this main bit of code to be done, which is I think that we're pretty damn close to it. Yeah, let's check everything just one more time. So, because I'm going to go ahead and commit this. I'm not going to push it yet, but I'm going to commit this. All right, so this is the documentation. I'm going to read this one more time just so people can get a sense of what's happening here. Just to proofread it. Package kubeconf provides safe read and write operations involving the complicated and often buggy official Kubernetes configuration. As used by kubectl. The load function provides read-only access to configuration data combining. The load function provides only access to configuration data providing combined appropriately from several possible origins per kubeconfig into a single API config struct, the same used by kubectl itself. This is the only appropriate way of handling many possible combinations. Some, such as context, can reference multiple files in a single entry. Note that there is a significant difference between the output of kubeconfig view and the official API.conf config object itself. And the official used internally by kubectl itself. Set a maps, for example. Install a plugin in. Install the plugin to view this data as JSON directly. So writing and updating configuration values is handled in the only safe way possible using the kubectl command itself. Unfortunately, not all of the actions supported by kubectl config behave in a consistent manner. Some make modifications and deletions to other fields as side effects, while others happily accept empty values and override good values with blanks. This risk is reduced by using one of the following encapsulated functions, which all take a run.args map, which is expanded into long-form getup style arguments with equal signs, allowing any option to kubectl to be passed through. To pass an empty value, explicitly set it to an empty string in run.args. Otherwise, omit any unwanted argument keys. Current config, current context, use context, set context, rename, delete context, set new cluster, delete cluster. Warning, never assume home kubeconfig is the only configuration file. Warning, never assume kubeconfig, kubeconf. Is it kubeconf or kubeconfig? I can never remember. I can't remember. It's config. I did it wrong. Good, I'm glad I read it. Never assume kubeconfig only contains a single path. Never change any value by accessing the field directly. NSAPI.config.location origin is observed. It is usually better to just call the equivalent. Using config set or similar. Removing a cluster or other user does not remove their names. Does not remove these references. These named references from context pointing to them. This is expected behavior from kubectl, but may cause confusion with login plugins and such when the associated data is not found. When the when the target of that named reference is found to not exist. All right, I think that's it. We're getting very close. So I think that pretty much justifies why this thing exists. It's kind of a safety net. It's not kind of a safety net. It is a safety net. The only safety net. I bet you, if I were to open up the kube context program, that it does not do kubeconfig management properly. I bet you it doesn't use ap.config as its object. I would be happy to learn that it does, but it doesn't matter because it's not a package library. It's a program that you use, right? This is why so many people got rid of kubectl a long time ago and used kubecontext or any number of other tools besides kubectl because it's broken. I can see people starting to create. You know what? You could make a kubectl agent replacement that has backward compatibility with kubectl in all the areas except for where they suck. Yeah, I'm just trying to think how I would do that. Because that's the only way you're going to replace kubectl, because the kubectl program is completely broken. Like really, really broken. So everybody uses it all the time. They don't know how broken it is inside because it still works. So story of git status. I guess this is going to be it. I wonder if I can install it. CMD kubectl-conf. I hope I didn't break anything. kubeconf JQ. Yep, there it is. God, I love it though. I mean, I might be bitching a lot, but my God, being able to see an actual JSON dump of the internal brain of kubectl is worth every fucking complaint I've made so far. Especially because it gives you the location of origin where the file exactly lives. Every single wasted extra hour, every single extra beer and wine is worth this one JSON file that I can produce anytime I want just from installing one plugin. Everybody out there who wants to get around this shit can do one go command to install this plugin and boom, they can dump it to JQ and see exactly what's going on. And I'm going to make a video just about this one thing. This one thing, anybody who does any Kubernetes administration at all or development is going to immediately appreciate it. Because this is actually, you know, this is what kubectl actually sees in its brain. It doesn't see what it shows you when it does it when you do a kubeconfig view. That's not actually what it sees. This is what it sees. Users, bill, location of origin. It does, you know, it's just, I just love it. I really, really love it. The location of origin thing is that library that they were held back by that merges structures or something. So there's probably a call you can make a call into it. But anyway, so that's it. That's it. Git, what should we do? Git add -p. Yeah, we changed it to JSON. I think that's the only one. No. All right, git add, let's see. Git commit. That's actually a, is that a fix or a feature? Fix, use print as JSON and instead of print. What else we got? Doc, add documentation. Git diff. All right, git add, git commit, feature add, kubectl write functions, write actions, git status. Yeah, let's try it. Let's try this release. I think this is actually completely ready, so let's go ahead and make a release out of it. Git status. I think I got it all in there. Okay, time to make a PR. PR create. GHPR create. Yes. 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 Submit. PR accept. GHPR merge. Squash and merge. On GitHub. Delete my local. Git pull. And now we have to tag it. Tag v0.2.0. And the tag should trigger a new binary release because we just added those actions. So that should be fun to watch. And actually, let's go to /kubeconf. Ouch. Ugh. I feel out of shape, man. I haven't biked in like a week, 2 weeks. I'm still exhausted though. Oh my God. I might just get on the bike anyway. Actions. I should have a release automatically built. Yep. Oh, damn it. It didn't like my release. Why didn't it like my release? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Go get a... Oh. Oh, damn. That's because I was using GoWork. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Move go.work to go.off, go.work.off. That's a good reason to have a build process like that. You know what I mean? Because if I tried to do a go build, watch, it won't work now. No, because it didn't have it. But because I had GoWork on, it didn't see it, so I didn't catch it. Go get GitHub. Wait, did I commit the latest run go? I think I did. Run go. Get status. Yeah, good. All right, run dash go. Let's go pull the latest. And then try my build again. Okay, so this should work this time, but I'm gonna have to do another tag because of it. Yep. Git commit shm fix. Failed to add run dash go. Oh shit. Did I add it to main? I did. I'm going to try something because I'm going to try something. Git push dash u origin. We need to make a new branch. How's it going, no rough check? I try to decide what to do now. Yeah, I did see that. I haven't been talking about it, but push dash u. So what happens if you commit to main and I don't know how to do this. I committed to main and now want to move it to a branch. I think I have to throw it away. Mission commits to new branch with Git. I imagine this happens a lot. So new branch message. Reading the answers and all that. To move your commits to an existing branch, it will look like this. Git check out existing branch. Merge. Check out branch to move commit from. Reset hard. Go back 3 commits. You will lose uncommitted work. I was afraid of this. I can't force push to main. I have force pushes off. I have force pushes to the main branch turned off. Yeah. So you can store uncommitted edits. See, that's what I normally do, but I committed them, so that was dumb. But it branches ahead by 1 commit. No, I'm not force pushing the main. No, I'm not doing it. The next best thing is going to be very, 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 very ugly. I know this is horrible, and I know there are Git commands for this, and I don't give a shit. I don't want to hear about it. I'll just learn my lesson and start doing it right. All right, so now we do it right. We do git switch -c. Did I accept the PR already? What was it? What did I do? I know requests. But I didn't push it. That's what I'm trying to say. I didn't push it. So all I did was I added the checksums and stuff, you know what I mean? Yeah. Let's try it now. In fact, yeah, that is literally the only thing I did. So I actually can do that all again. All right, so let me do that again. So git issue. So we have any issues here. If you use context for options. Yeah. Issue add run.go to depths. All right, so git switch -c -go go.work. Oh, go.work didn't get committed. Oh, good. That's actually good. Why is go.sum there? Because git ignore is dumb. The default. It's totally stupid. Git rm go.work.sum. Git status. Go get issue. That might be too much, actually. It is. All right, so go get a.com. Let's go. There we go. Lol. Get status. Go, some files are fixed. Go install /cmd kubectl-conf. Okay. KUBECONFIG. Whoops. JQ. That's still working. Good. All right. So now what? Now git commit -m. Sure. Actually, that's a fix. Add run go dep. Git push -u origin. Oh shit. Yeah. Okay. GHPR create. GHPR merge. I laugh every time I do that. It was open. The PR was open for an entire 30 seconds. Git pull. And tags. Tag v0.3. Actually 2.1. That was a bug fix. So that'll trigger our new build, which we can go watch. Then we can use the thing. Go merge releaser. I really love this. It takes a little bit of a long time, but it's good. Oh, God damn it. Well, I'm glad it's here. I just added it. I just added it. What the hell? Shouldn't it be getting it automatically? I don't understand that. Why is it grabbing Go internal? There's no dep on that at all. Oh, it's indirect. Somebody else is using it. I don't know who, but who is using it? God, so much shit to pull in here just to use Kubernetes. So much shit. So much shit. YAML v2, YAML v3, Kubernetes YAML. How you doing? What else we got? So I don't understand why that didn't build. It's like right there. So did it not get pushed enough? Maybe it started a new one. That should not be there anymore. I wonder if it's using a cache. Oh, I bet it is. I bet it's using a cache copy. No, it's not. It's not. It should not have a problem anymore. I just did it. Go build cmd 22222. No problem there. Status. Oh. Huh. Alrighty. I mean, is it not in there? It's not. How did it not get saved? All right, so Good mod, tidy. Happy Monday. Is it Monday already? Fuck. Go mod, tidy. There, I got it. It didn't get it before. I don't understand why it didn't add it before. It should definitely have. Damn, this is ugly. It's so fucking ugly. It is what it is. All right, so hit commit -m fix. All right. Git push. RDX add run go. GHPR create. GHPR merge. I am still doing that. I don't care if it takes me forever. I want to get so good at doing that. Git pull. Tag v0.2.2. And let's go watch it. We should have a release coming. Here it is. Hopefully it'll work this time. I mean, I kind of came kicking and screaming to the CI/CD thing, but I can see why people do, obviously. Because if you're taking a ton of commits from people from all over the place, I would be so scared of what they were going to do, you know? You'd want to just make sure, you wouldn't want to spend all your time vetting all the code. You'd want to at least have it try to get compiled or something. And like if they forgot something, it would be like a final test. It's like a nice clean test someplace else. And I just caught a bug of mine. I caught a bug of mine because it wouldn't build because of my Go work, and that is probably a very, very common Go problem, because people are doing Go work all the time and they forget that they forgot to remove it. So all the builds and everything happen without them updating their dependencies, which is what you want to do while you're doing simultaneous package development. But if you don't, it's very easy to forget to take that out of there. So that I didn't even catch that until I ran the release. The release fail is the only way I would have known that, which is pretty damn scary, because I almost released a package that would not compile if somebody tried to use it, because it had that dependency lost out of it. Somebody would have to update the sum themselves and then send us some APR or something. So I am 100% converted to, you know, as long as it's free. If it costs me money, I'm not doing it. I know I got money. I'm still spending the money on that. You know, Go release. Watching the Go releases. I know YouTube, you're probably not as interested in this. We could probably pause you and take a break and come back and see what happens. I'll be back in a bit. All right, well, that one worked. So we got a release. Go to KubeConf. Automatic tagged release updates in the house. Go look at the latest releases. We did skip a version, actually. I guess we did have other versions too. That's funny, because we did. The other tags didn't ever trigger release, I don't think. I don't think they trigger release. I don't think they did. I don't know though. Like, how do I look at all the releases? Oh, right here. It should have been 2.2 and 1.6, yeah. And they don't go up in a nice order, but that's okay. The changelog's pretty lame. I gotta fix that changelog. I don't know how to do that. We'll do that later, but that's a release. Okay, so that's all well. Okay, so KubeConf is in the house. I might have to tweak it. I might have a bug or two, but that is done. kubectl-login was back to the main event. That is the main event, which I want to finish today. So, and get rid of this guy. Add kubectl, right. We already did that, so that's gone. What's this? Oh yeah, we did that already. And we did Rungo. Rungo is also done. So we can actually start over from scratch. Let's do that. So Tmux A. What? Oh. Tmux. All right, so here we are back into the kubectl-login plugin. This is the main plugin. This is the one that logs me into my ODC provider and updates my kubeconfig file, which has had lots of tests on it right now. This is actually the combination of multiple things. And so that's what we're building. We're building a tool to mess with that. And we had to move a bunch of stuff out of internal. So the first thing we moved out of there is KubeConf. So RF internal kubeconf is out of there. We don't use it anymore. We factored that out. We factored out the run library as well. So assuming it's all been ported, let me just check really quick. Oh, we have prompt in there still. Yeah. I don't know. We're going to have to put prompt someplace else. Internal prompt. Yeah, prompt's got to go somewhere. Yeah. I usually put this up. I have a terminal library that does this kind of thing. I mean, prompt process message. We could do CLI.prompt, CLI.prompt hidden, CLI.read, CLI.input, chop set, read hidden. I don't know. So you put it into hidden CLI. Internal. Move run to CLI. Remove exec. Actually, I don't think anything's. Let me make sure though. Yeah, this is old stuff. And yeah. And we don't have a dist anymore. We're getting rid of a build here. Do we add a GitHub bit? No. Remove build. Lots and lots of changes. Okay, so we're gonna read me main.go. All right, so here we go. So this is actually probably a lot better now. So the default context name prod. We're gonna still do the dash version thing. We don't know about that. Load config exactly like kubectl. Kubectl load. Alright, context name, current context is found. Yep, never assume context exists just because it's current. If it does have a context, check that the cluster is specific. Context is set. How do you guys feel about uppercase versus lowercase? You guys put comments like this, do that when you're in your comments. Because then you get a multi-line one, and then all of a sudden you're like actually using language. Happy. Check the cluster in specific context is set. Context in the correct cluster by default. If cluster is not set, but context name matches supported cluster name, then set the cluster, else fail and the unsupported cluster. Damn. All right, so that's why we did this. This is what sent us down that like 2-hour rabbit hole of the stuff that we had to do. So if the current cluster name has a current cluster, so if we have a context, then what is the cluster in that context? This is the name. Okay, we get up the name, and then we say, okay, is this a name that I know about, that I care about, because that's in my client config, in my clusters package? Then, yes, we say, if the name is one of the clusters in the map, we say, yeah, and we proceed. So at that point, we just have to log in. We have to log in with that cluster and call it a day. Right, so but we also have to say we have to log in for that given username. So the other problem here, God damn it. The problem here is that we're making an assumption about the namespace. This is where my specific version of the plugin gets very specific to my company versus other companies. So you could have a namespace be default and call it a day. This particular tool, if we want to make it generic enough, the assumption that it's making is that the namespace is the name of the user as well. And yeah. No, never mind. I just realized something. I gotta, this is a tough one. I gotta throw this by my, actually this might be a good time for me to stop because I have to run this text. I have to run this by, I have to run this by some people at work. Because there is a very valid situation where you would have, let me show you. So there is a very valid situation where you might want to have multiple namespaces for a given cluster under different context names. That is a very, very valid development scenario because you might be developing something under a different namespace for another user account, and that namespace might be so. And I actually do that all the time, right? So I'm constantly changing namespaces. So I can't query the context to see if I have a cluster that matches and then assume that that is the name, that is the user. I can't do that. I have to ask for the username every time, right? If there's a context, we can't trust this name to be the name that we want to use. We still have to prompt for the username because you just can't do that. You know? There's no case where you can assume the username. The entire thing that sent me down this last thing was a peer of mine reviewed the stuff that I'd finished, and they said that they would really like it if it inferred the username and didn't make them type it in again. That's impossible. That's impossible because you can't say that the namespace equals the username. In my case, you can because of the business that we're in. We can do that, but so this is what I have to run this by. I have to run this by the person I'm working with because if you do that, if we're going to do that, then we need to create a policy flag or something like that in the clusters package that says namespace equals user. We need to activate something about this that says if I have a cluster. If I have a context, trust the namespace to be the username by default. Or there's another way to do it. Another way to do it would be to compare the namespace name to the current username and the current, operational username. In which case you're probably talking about the same user, right? So you could say if the namespace is identical to the username, then assume that's the user. I think that's the only way to do it. And I believe that's how I had it coded before, actually. So, if has context. Okay, so first of all, we got to see if we can get the cluster if it's under our management, right? If it doesn't have the cluster, actually, let's do this. Let's say If the name has a cluster map, so okay. Cluster. If it currently has a cluster, if it has a cluster, and if the name of the cluster has, if the cluster is one of the ones that we support, I can say not has, and we want it to fail. All right, so that checks the cluster for us. Then now what? Yeah. Okay, so what else? If we have a context, we can actually also infer the username. So we could say, assume the user name if current context namespace matches current user name, current effective username. All right, so otherwise we're going to prompt for the user, right? So the problem with this is that, yeah, do we have the user? So that's the other thing too, is that the user to log into OIDC may have nothing to do with the context at all. So that is important. We need to put that out here. We need to say user, and we want user to be empty actually. Yeah. We only want to populate user if they have a context and the namespace matches the username. So user string. This is the OIDC user. We should probably do that instead. Yeah. I'm going to say OIDC user. Yeah. It's super important because yeah, it's actually OIDC username. I'm just going to call it O user. The auth user. And see, the problem is those terms overlap with how they screwed up the auth info section. So I can't make one. I need to say user that is used and sent to OIDC to make your validation, blah, blah, blah. You know? So it's not, that is why that's what this is supposed to be. This is supposed to match the name of the user logging into that account. The problem is that you have different ones depending on which issuer. So you'd have to put some sort of qualifier in the name. So in this case, it should be RWX-rob-inf, right? So when we prompt the user, when we're prompting the user to type in their username, we're asking him to type in their OIDC authentication identifier. Actually, maybe that's what we call it instead. So let's say ident. That's what I'm going to say. It's actually the username. We're gonna say, what is your username? I mean, could we prompt for identity instead of name? I think we should do ID. I think we should do ID instead. Yep, I'm going to do ID instead. ID pass into OIDC auth query grant request user ID. All right, I feel much better now. I feel better. All right, so now we put down here, we could say, we need to get the user ID. So the user ID is empty by default, but if we have, assume that the user ID is the current context namespace, if it also matches the current effective username. So we need to get who the current effective username is. I think it's os.user. I think it's current user, actually. There's several iterations of this, by the way. Yeah, if you're not careful, you'll get the wrong one. Golang current user. Is it current user? Yeah, I actually have a Z on this. Uh-oh. That's not good. I must have made a problem. So many things going on. Go doc. I know it's an OS, so we'll just go look. User home directory, user conf, user cache, user home directory, truncate, remove, pipe, get PID, get groups, get UID. I think it's in here. It's current user. Get GID. Effective user ID. That right there would probably do it, but yeah. American user ID. I don't want that. I want the other. You can't just look at user though. I thought it was. It might be /users. This is going to be wrong though. I guarantee you. These answers are always wrong because they're using the wrong one. Oh my god, this is so wrong. No. User.current. I don't think user.current is it. I really don't. Go doc user. Actually allows user account lookups by name or ID. For most Unix systems, this package, when Sego is available and the required routines are implemented to libc for a particular platform, Sego, the Go code is used. This can be overridden by using OS user Go build tag, which enforces pure Go. Yeah, I want to do that. Yes, I want to do that, please. This is why I have a thing for this, because this is, I don't want to pull Sego in here. No. There's got to be a better way. That is not the only way, I'm telling you. There's another way, there's a newer way to do this. Okay, here we go. Current username. This, yeah. This particular thing doesn't even turn off the build tag, so it'll pull in the Seago version, which will kill your compatibility. I know there's a new way to do this. They added it at 1.18, a non-Seago version. I know they did. I just can't remember it now. Going probably to get information for the current user. So much stuff is old and broken here. See, wait. Did you see that? One is written in pure Go and parses etsy password and etsy group. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Once Unix systems, the package has 2 internal implementations. A package user allows user account lookups by identity. One is written in pure Go and parses etsy password etsy group. The other is Seago based and relies on the standard C library routines such as get blah blah blah. When Seago is available, the required routines are implemented for libc. Implement libc for particular platform. Seago based libc code is used. This can be overridden by using Go build. We read that already. I don't like it at all. I don't like it. There's a better way to do this. Username and domain using Golang. User current. Misuse the package tunnel domain currently. Damn it. Returns the user currently running the application. It does not return the currently logged in user for which you will need. I guess that's the same thing in our case. All right, we're going to use user current. So, go doc user current. It returns the error. Cache current user information. System calls will return cache version and will not reflect changes. Good. User error equals that. So if current user dot name, pretty sure that's it. Yeah, name. There we go. Wait. This is the concept dev user. Windows is saying username is the login name. Is user real name. All right, no, we want username. So current username, if the username is the same as the namespace name, current dot namespace, then we need to go get it. Then we set it. So we set it. Then we set user ID equals current user. Nice. All right, that should do that. Okay, so this is all if we had a context. If we didn't have a context, then we have to make a context, actually. And to do that, we can just do a direct create. Create a new context with implied name from cluster.map. Must use kubectl and ensure proper config file will be used. Okay. Actually, no, we don't. This is, and we can actually now call our fancy new programs. We can just call this now. So now we can say kubeconf dot set context run.args, and I can say name is the cluster name. Actually, we didn't have a context before, so in this case, did we actually have a name equals current name? Override context name if context is found. Context. We didn't grab the servers yet. Yeah. So we haven't done a thing to see if we have, because we didn't get the name. Yeah. Okay. Wait. So I don't even think there's an else here, actually. I think this is just it. If we have a context, go try to get the stuff from the context. There's really no else here. No, there's no else. There's no else. Nope. All right, so we get the current cluster, assume the user ID. So the only thing we get here, so if we have a context that matches, we use it to populate, to get information. So otherwise we have to make a new context. Either way, we still have to call set context. So either we're going to be making a new context with set context, or we're going to be changing the values of it in some way. So I think we can call set context no matter what. No. We don't. I mean, it won't hurt to call it, but it's not the right logic, actually. It is an else. Okay, so we don't want to set the context if we already have one. We can just use that one. It's got everything in it that we need, right? So what do we set the name to? If we do have a context, if we did not have a context, and then we didn't get any other information, that means we have to prompt the user, number one, because we didn't have a context at all. And number two, we have to go based on either the defaults or whatever they entered for the first argument. So that would be name. Okay, so yeah, we're just going to call it name. All right, so that would be set contest name. We need a name. Then what we need, cluster is name, and user is name. Yep, we're going to do them all. Namespace is going to be the user. We're going to prompt in for the username. So we'll say user ID. Yeah, the only time we don't prompt for user ID is if we have a context. Okay, so we do have to do this. So we can say user ID equals CLI.prompt user ID all right. I can put this here. All right, so we have the user ID. We're going to set the name. We're going to infer the name for the cluster and everything else as the same. The other thing too is, I mean, we don't know if there's an auth object that matches that name. So in this case, we had to make a context so we can assume there's not an auth object and we can make a new one. But it might already exist, actually. Either way, it's going to get overridden because we have to rewrite it with the token. So So that works. All right. So that's actually really good. Getting closer. All right. So set context. We'll prompt for the username. We're going to go ahead and make a new context. Then what? That's pretty much it. Now we just need to authenticate. That's all we need to do now is authenticate. All this stuff goes away. Here's the authenticate. And then we need to create the CA file for the root CAs. That's a separate task, yeah. So, yeah, actually, I think we have to do that no matter what. Right? So after we get at this point, we now have a context, so we can do everything else, right? Now, the problem with this is that I can't make one. I have to refresh. If I'm going to do a proper load, I have to refresh. Yeah, damn. I'm going to have to do a secondary load. Yeah, because this is not this. It could be. Who knows what this is going to do, right? Because of all the side effects that it might provide, I have to reload the underlying comp file. Yeah. So, yeah. Which means that, I mean, the stuff up here that's been referencing to all this other stuff, is going to have to be rewritten. Because this is going to return a pointer, and then that pointer is going to break because it's going to be embedded in. Oh my god, it's such a screwy design. We have to reload though. We can't just update the context configuration object in place. That's a violation of the. We have to run load again. And everything that happens after this has got to be happening on load. Must reload kubeconf since creating a new context might have produced side effects. We just don't know. That's the problem, is they could change shit all the time. So yeah, so goddamn. CTX, we need I guess we got to get the current context all over again too. Yep. So I almost need to make this, I almost need to put this code into a function and then a package level function and then just keep synchronizing it using the same thing. Otherwise I'm going to call it again. We have to do all of this code all over again from here to here. Yep. I mean, strictly speaking, I should have to do all of this code again. Oh. It's almost like I should just call the binary again with a different scope. I could call main all over again. No. I mean, that's recursive. How are you? I could do some recursive stuff, but I don't know. Erg. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Running context name for context spell. I think this is wrong too. Some context is prod. With the first argument, if we have an argument, overtake it. If there's a current context set, then yeah, there's a logic problem here. I got to do this tomorrow. There's a logic problem here because this shouldn't do this. This should say if there's an explicit argument set, that context should be the name used. If there's not, then it should use the default current context. So that entire logic has got to be reorganized. That's gonna be it for me tonight. I gotta come at that fresh, and I have to run this. I have to get this committed so that I can actually have people go through the code, because the logic is gonna be hard enough to follow. So I feel like I've done a good job documenting it for others. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed or something. I've been up for 12 hours and relax. I've been coding for 12 hours straight. What is it? 9 hours? I don't know why I do this to myself. Goodbye, YouTube.